one thing I need to do is I do need to plan the second half of my stream in advance of what we're playing, just so when it comes to like the YouTube side, it can be like, hey, okay, you're gonna play this video, you're gonna play this stream, and then you're gonna host to the next stream, and then you're gonna host to one of my videos. All of that can be very good over there. But that's besides the point. So what we got going on is we earned through the I say we, you all earned by being super supportive of the subathon that we've got going on. That's what that timer above us is all about. That you all earned me playing a RimWorld evil run. People who've seen me play RimWorld know that I don't generally do a lot of the more evil things that people are known for. RimWorld is a game that is morally gray. They let you cannibalize, they let you organ harvest, they let you cut off people's legs and turn them to effectively a blood bag to feed vampires. You can do some pretty messed up things. They also have slavery and yada yada yada. I'm probably not going to engage with the slavery mechanic. One, it's actually not very good. It works, but like genuinely, most of the time I'd rather just recruit the person in the first place, not even ethically or morally. It's just more pragmatic. But I tend not to do a lot of these things. But chat gets their giggles off of when I do. So as a special reward for the support of the subathon, we're going to do that. So the colony I'm planning on, and we're going to take input from chat and everything over here on Twitch. So my apology to YouTube catching this later. You're going to be after the fact. We are going to do a Sanguophage start. That is my intention, because I do want to make the Sanguophage happen. And also, normally I do like random research, no research, all that. I do kind of want to do random research. I can probably add the random research by itself without much difficulty. Random research. Don't tell me until we're 95%. So random research I'll take. I'm not going to do no research because death rest without it is kind of annoying. And if we just never get death rest, it'll be a huge pain in the butt. So yeah, so that's fine. So yeah, so literally we're just doing the Sanguophage. I'm just using, there's a mod called, ooh, I should check what mods I got loaded. 1 second, what mods do I have loaded? Lethal Darkness, we're not gonna do right now. I don't really care about more, like that, that only matters if, nah, let's turn that one off too while we're at it. Those can be fun, but I don't want to deal with that. So let's see. Any of these other ones I want to worry about? Almost all the rest of these are quality of life. The geological landforms is the only one that changes any gameplay if I choose a geological landform. But yeah, so I just wanted to get rid of the Lethal Darkness mod. It's a cool mod. I've been working on a challenge run that I eventually will be putting up on YouTube because it'll be terrible for streaming, but edited will be a lot of fun. That basically, if you've ever seen the Noctil event where if you go out in the darkness, it slowly hurts you, it's that, but no Noctils and way angrier. Like, you go out there, it's like tick damage, tick damage, tick damage. It's like, do not go in the darkness. But I've been working on that. For streaming, it's bad because it's really, really slowly. Really, really slowly. Yeah, no, don't worry about the, like, the bot doing that. That's not something to sweat. It's a thing I did. Like, I don't mind when we talk about that kind of stuff in the context of RimWorld. That's fine. It's what was happening because I play something like City Skylines where people's like, God, better do cannibalism. It's like, that's not a mechanic. There's no food in this game. What are you talking about? And I eventually got tired of it and was like, here, I'm making the bot intercept. Okay, so let's save this. Sanguophage, random research. Yeah, so the challenge I've been working on is this one over here, End of Days. It's still got some more shop. But yeah, for within context of RimWorld, I have no problems with that coming up. Alright, so we got all this. I'm not gonna really mess with anything for the planet. I think that's fine. So we are gonna do a Sanguophage start. Fair enough. And what we're going to end up doing is the ideology is the one so I can design the ideology on the front to have everything we want, or I can make it a fluid ideology and add it. Normally, I always do fluid. You always add every faction you could for most variety. Yeah, I mean, you're taking longer. Even for 100%, you're taking a hot minute. There you go. You vote fluid? Yeah, it won't have like a formal vote, but if we could do like just a thing, fluid or design. Okay, so because we're doing random research, well, actually, no, we're fine because it's fine. We are doing random research, but we do have starting research, so a hot biome can work. Normally, when I do no research, random research, I can't do a hot biome just in case I don't get passive. Not many RimWorld plays do fluid. I always do fluid normally. I love the energy of RimWorld. It's a deadly lullaby game. It's beautiful. Yeah, so where do we want to go? We want neighbors because we're going to eat them. We don't do arid shrubland very often. So that could be a maybe. The arid shrubland here would be, decent. We'd have a number of neighbors we could target. Those two will hate us forever. This one will probably end up hating us. We'd be at a crossroads right here. Year-round grow season would also be very strong. Granted, we're going to probably eat people. So we're going to supplement our diet. We also have, like, the impids up here. Yeah, I think this is a good spot. We have... Honestly, I think the Neanderthals are the only one I don't see really close by. They're down there. Marble and granite as well, so we get granite for durable defenses and marble. You don't know all the don't even know all the defenses? Honestly, this feels like a good one to start. I almost never do arid shrubland. Let's do it. So we're gonna create a fluid ideology because it seems like people want fluid. Neanderthals are hard to fight. Once you know how to deal with them, they're manageable. We'll do Archists for just the aspect. Okay, so we are starting with the Sanguophage. So ultimately, what I am thinking we're going to do is we are going to do cannibals, we are going to do ritualists, we are going to... I don't know if we'll do blood feeding for the last one or which way. I feel like for the opener, because I'm not going to do Raider in that. The only reason I'm not going to do this is they expect you to attack other people, and that means... Well, blood feeding would definitely be the most synergistic. Oh, do both these give cannibal? All right, no, we'll start with blood feeding because that lets me start with the cannibal preference. Yeah, versus ritualist won't give that to me. I like ritualist because it slows down research. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and say blood feeders are revered. Execution is required. Prisoners must be executed on a regular basis. When they are, it is a happy occasion. I'm gonna get rid of it. And the reason I'm gonna get rid of that is we are going to want to blood bag people. So they don't get the mercy of dying quickly. We will get that to free and loved. Free and approved, so I just don't have to deal with it. Organ use is acceptable. So that's good. Where's the cannibalism? Cannibalism is preferred. And I feel like that's a good start. I usually get rid of all the clothing requirements because they're annoying. Jubilee of Blood. Excellent. And we venerate cows. I'm okay with that. Is there anything else we have in here that I care about? I think that'll be fine. Normally I don't do as many changes. Slavery. I'm not going to do it one way or the other, so it doesn't matter. Like, that's acceptable. It won't force me to do it. It won't whatever. So it's kind of irrelevant. Relics? Yeah, we got relics. I probably won't change much about them. Oh, you need 3? Well, I can, because we're a fluid ideology, we can add another relic when we get to that point. That's not what I'm worried about. Yeah, so we'll be fine. But yeah, that's the whole thing. We're doing an evil run, which is, again, not what I normally do. Yeah, so we can organ use if needed. Like, we probably won't end up doing much of that. You need to do an evil run? Yeah, so it's not like I'm going to go cartoonishly over the top and just chop out everyone's organs as fast as I see them. We're going to use them, like, we're going to use people in bad ways to our advantage. And so, if I need a lung, I'll get a lung. Otherwise, they might be food. They might be a blood bag. We're gonna use our resources pragmatically. That name. Blood. I don't know. I just want a name I could actually pronounce. Yes, I think we're good there. Moral guide cleric, sure. Alright, so with this, yeah, so if you didn't see, ! join to get yourself in the list for being one of our pawns. So the way this usually works, if I remember correctly, oh no, this person doesn't have to be a pacifist. I thought this person had to be a pacifist. Usually I'll take 2 people who don't have scars. We're gonna be a little bit picky about our people here, just for the fact that I'm gonna need to deal with a bunch of stuff. I would like... Ooh, Steadfast Night Owl is really good. So that would give me construction, crafting on you. We don't want not cleaning and lazy. And we definitely don't want a pyromaniac with the Sanguophage, because the vampire can't put out the fire without panicking and running around. So this person will have to be our deal, have to be able to handle fires. Stop giving me pyromaniac. Ooh, industrious fast learner who can do nothing. That's cool. So you're an industrious fast learner, but you'd only be able to do art. That's useful, but the pacifist with only 2 pawns is rough. Quick Sleeper's really strong, but asthma. Brawler to, like, just all in on the melee. That wouldn't be the worst. So you melee, mining, plants. So, okay. They wouldn't have cooking. I actually don't mind this, as long as I got some points in medical. I mean, that works thematically. So you'd be able to do mining, plants, and crafting. So we'd have plants, construction, mining. We'd be lacking on the medical and on the intellectual and the cooking. You kind of suck at everything else, but you are a fast learner. I'm willing to live with that. And these ones, I'm just going to roll them just to not have scars. I don't really care anything else about them. We're not even going to look at it. Because a lot of times when it draws your other people, it will draw them from this. Okay, so we got our Sanguophage, and we've got our one person that goes with them. They're both children? I mean, that's not technically a child in RimWorld, that's an adult. And they are ageless, so yeah, that's fine. Yeah, because if I remember correctly with Sanguophage, you are ageless, you are deathless. This is where you can't get any of the age-caused things. You can't get food poisoning at all, I believe. Yeah, perfect immunity, you're scarless. Basically, Sanguophage is extremely powerful, but needs to eat blood and death rest. Let's see, they get +2 buff per power, fire source, +2 for using firepower, +8 if used against our pawn. What are you talking about? I missed something with... Oh, to be honest, Sunrun's Pyromaniac isn't bad anymore. Oh, yeah. No, the only reason why I'm saying no to Pyromaniac, I actually don't mind Pyromaniac that much, but with a Sanguophage in your group, the Sanguophage can't put out fire, and if you have Pyromaniac as your other pawn, it's a real bad combo, because then no one can put out fire, and one of them's going to kick off a fire, and you just live with that. Alright, so we're going to start by giving you the Master Sword. I'm going to go here, orders, allow all. And there's not a second weapon. You do have the meat there. Okay, so let's take a quick peek at what we got for our map. We got an Ancient Danger down here. And you can have more than one, but we only have the one. That's the most common thing. Because we are on a arid shrubland, whatever it is, the amount of food and animals available is a little thin. This is not a particularly hard tile normally. We do actually surprisingly have some good soil here. There's a lot more down there, but that's close to the edge of the map. So I think we're just going to use the middle of the map. The big thing that's going to hurt us here is a complete and utter lack of any meaningful number of trees. Early game, we are going to depend a bit on growing our own food. Later on, we will use that to supplement our other means of nutrition, is the way I'm going to choose to phrase that. Okay. So, I'm thinking... trying to remember. That's now I'm looking for... where's ground? Isn't that what it is? Oh, yeah. Oh, like, literally all of the ground can support all weight. I'm usually used to finding, like, soft sand or whatever, which limits what you can build. Alright, I mean, that's... cool. Since Dryad Tree automatically put out fires. Oh, that's interesting. I never thought about that, using the Dryad specifically for fire management. So yeah, we'll definitely want to build on the sand a lot. So probably make our base over on this side. Just so I can take advantage of, I can't use the sand for growing on. Guess that's 5. 5 over here. And we got some basic supplies here, so that's good. I know we don't have much wood, so I shouldn't be using it on that, but I'm going to do it anyways. As far as power goes... yeah, so we could do the wind turbine. I'm going to hold off on that for the moment. We'll just use the fuel... So the thing I'm debating now... so, we could build a wind turbine. It'll get targeted until we manage to get closed off so that enemies can't reach it. And that would be one way of getting power that's honestly not bad. And if I did that... well, actually, I won't have batteries, will I? I'm assuming we didn't start with batteries. No, okay, never mind. That answers that question. Yeah, so I'm going to make a fueled stove. Because until we get batteries or something else to make it long-term power, that's fine. We'll get the butchering location, and we'll get the stone cutting. And then after that, we want to focus on cutting brick as where we build everything out of. And temporarily, I'm going to make this our dumping stockpile, or sorry, a regular stockpile. And we'll make a dumping stockpile just outside. Now I need to go to people's schedules, recreation, anything. You... I don't remember how little Sanguophage needs so far as sleep. So let's look at our thing. You're a night owl, so your schedule needs to be flipped on its head. So 11 to 18, you sleep. That's not the right person at all. Let's flip your schedule on its head. So let you both recreation at the same time. Work-wise, right now, if there's no good doctors, everybody's a doctor. So do this. So you're gonna be cooking. You can't hunt without a ranged weapon, so we'll take you off that. You will do our construction. You'll be a crafter, and then you'll research. You'll deprioritize those things. And you'll be our cleaning and cooking person. Put those both on very low priority in case you have extra time in your schedule. Oh yeah, no, the dryads are really good. They do add a little bit to your wealth, but it's not bad. All things considered, you could certainly do worse. All right. And we will get these people named a little bit. You'll do one. If you want to be one of the pawns, you'll do exclamation mark join. You don't get to choose which pawn, just to be clear. I used to do that back in the day where I'd let people choose their pawn, but it would be one of those things where it's like, I want to be the next pyromaniac, I want to be the next this, I want to be the next that. And I practically had to keep a spreadsheet just to know what people even wanted. So these days, it's like you put your name in the list, and that is what it is. You get it or you don't. So let's see. Meat, we won't be picky. If it's meat, just put it on the menu. And that'll all be fine for right now. When Dryads first came out, I would never say that the Dryads are bad. I would definitely say there was some Dryads. Why did you come up with Wake Up? Do you have an addiction? Don't have an addiction. Why did you start with Wake Up? Change defaults. Use that normally. Do that. Assign. Do this. You'll carry herbal medicine on you. We'll see 2 each. That's fine. Manage food policies. Lavish. Do not eat baby food. Do not eat corpses. We gotta process our corpses. There's the fallen monolith, which we'll probably mess with later. Because we'll want to do rituals and all that. But yeah, no, Dryads always felt really, really good so far as me. Now, there were certainly Dryads I found less useful than other ones. But it was never one of those things like, oh man, Dryad's bad. It's like, no, you can get some mileage out of those Dryads. We'll disassemble the ruins around the map. Okay. They'll get that rice down, they'll get some potatoes. So we're going to mix a bunch of the veggies. We're going to need a lot of herbal medicine. Because remember correctly, when you go to get blood out of people, you need to use a unit of medicine to do it. Okay, so you got that field mostly sorted. That'll be potatoes. So typically I do spread out the types of things I'm growing. It's probably not going to matter nearly as much in this one. Okay, so what we're going to go ahead and do is that over there is going to be obnoxiously large heal root area. We'll need some fabric for now. And for the moment, you're going to be fiber cord. Which isn't going to be good. But at least that'll be some wood coming in. Alright. Because generally fiber cord's pretty crap. I'll make a little slice here for dye. Generally go for the tank and attacking Dryads? Yeah. Well, it depends on what I'm doing. A lot of times I end up using the wood Dryads on maps where wood is just not available. And then later on I'll usually switch them out for the hauling Dryads or whatever. You don't have a roof review, right? Okay, that's fine. Okay, so one of the other things we'll need is production simple research bench. Needless to say, we're just right now trying to get a little box here that's going to have all our basic needs handled. Layla or whatever, Leia, whatever, her name's going to change, that doesn't matter. This person is ultimately going to find themselves spending most of their life farming for right now. And then NG's going to be doing quite a bit of research. Let's try to get at least enough wood to enclose that area. Because yeah, we're short on wood, and I want to get that boxed in. Then we'll get a research bench and the stone cutting bench. That'll be fine. With those two benches online, that should be what we need to, you know, start getting our tech progressed and all that kind of things. We will need to bring people in. Our goal is going to be kind of anyone we bring in the colony will serve the colony in some way. If someone dies, they become food. If someone lives and they're not useful, maybe they become food, maybe they become a blood bag, maybe they become a ghoul. We'll figure it out. Everyone will serve the colony. Yeah, nothing is wasted. Let's see, so in cold maps, you have infinite source of food. Yep. Yeah, everyone has worth. It's going to be a little bit before we can actually take advantage of that. There's a tree inside the house. I missed that. How do you name your farm zones? That's a mod. If you do exclamation mark mods, it should give you a list of mods. It's probably not up to date, but it will be mostly right. It's something like labels on floors or something like that is the name of the mod. Yeah, labels on floors mod. Yes, I'm not running Rocket Man. I'm not running more vanilla biomes. I think the rest is all right. Yeah, I think the rest is all right. Now, technically, I'm not using the no starting research, though the mod is loaded. But yeah, those last two mods I'm not currently running, but all the others are correct. I just need to update the command. This and cut any trees to see as you are able. Yeah, so I'm planting way too much here, but I am planning on needing to have a lot of guests. We'll go with that word. Yeah, I'm putting a lot more effort into deconstructing things that I probably should be this early on. But I am going to try and keep a pretty strong number of Sanguophages here. We're also going to do some pretty wild things later on. What are dyes used for? They're not super useful for anything like mechanically meaningful in the game. You can dye the walls and floors and all that different colors. You can also dye your clothes. Technically, if you dye the clothes of a character their favorite color, they get a mood bonus of 1, which is pretty irrelevant. But that's what the self-dyeing mod is I can have it where they will automatically dye their clothes their favorite color. And I don't do it for the mood bonus. I do it that way everyone's clothes don't look the exact same. so your pawns are a little bit more interesting. What do you mean, does it make the room up? No, making the room their favorite color does not give them a mood bonus. It's just the clothes they're wearing gives them a one mood bonus, which, like I said, is pretty irrelevant. Yeah, they get a mood buff, but it's like I said, one is meaningless. That's not going to be enough to really matter one way or the other on any real level. So it's not about like, hey, I got that extra point. But like I said, it's neat seeing, and there's just RimWorld has a lot of people who really like the color gray. Like, very genuinely, a lot of people in RimWorld, their favorite color is gray. Like, just beige and gray, and you're like, no, really, who in the real world's like, oh man, beige, that's my jam. Alright, so let's go ahead and draw our first person. So the first person we're going to draw is going to be our Sanguophage. So here's we got, so that will be... I saw the name go by and immediately disappear because of the thing. Granite Queso. Let's go ahead and get that, so... We got our Sanguophage, and then their little helper, who will be... Earth Rush Stony. Welcome to the colony. May your stay be... It's RimWorld, let's be honest. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. There's not... We can try and quantify that more, but, like, it's RimWorld. It's gonna be a whole thing. There's so little wood in those cactus. Alright. So I want to get that enclosed, that way anything we carry in there doesn't rot. We are gradually getting steel and brick and all that from all the ruins we're taking apart. Store... sorry. You're in the wrong spot on your keyboard, it's really hard to type. Basically, I'm saying, don't put the block in here, put it out there. Okay, so we are running the random research mod. So if you look here, I don't have a research button. They will still research, but what'll happen is they'll go to the bench, it'll randomly choose one. I won't know which research they're doing until it's nearly done, and we just live with that. Now, at some point when we start doing anomaly stuff, I will have to disable and re-enable the mod. It's just bugged. It just doesn't work well with anomaly. When that happens, I'll be able to see what the research is, and there's ways I could cancel and change it, but I won't do that. Oh, who's our social person? Hey, person. You got anything I want? Oh, that's actually a decent book. Take the drugs. I don't need them. I guess give me the medicine. Now, later on I might kill someone like this as a food source, if I was short. Butcher creature, do forever. We want colonist, stranger, slave, unnatural we want to leave alone, but human corpses. Entity corpses? Yeah, just go for it. Just go for it. Oh, wait. We'll hold off on the entity corpses, and the only reason I'm going to hold off on the entity corpses for now is ghouls we might be able to resurrect and put to use, and I don't want us to accidentally butcher ghouls. Because those can serve us in more effective ways than just food. This honestly wouldn't be a terrible map for a dryad. Just have a wood dryad, since the cactuses and all that in this map are kinda not good. You can always take them. I mean, I could kill this person and take their poor quality gun. It's just, they'll end up rotting. I won't get much food out of it. And I've got food laying around right now that I don't need it. Nor do I have a place that I can throw them in for a sell. Alright, bills. Antistone, do forever. Granite, do until you have 1,000. Put that higher. Marble, do until you have 1,000. Can't really be a vampire lord without an undead army. Yep, that is deliberate. We will be leaning into that. What is your construct? I mean, your construction's 8. Oh, I mean, I guess it's stone walls and all that. I probably shouldn't be deconstructing all these things this early, but it's whatever. You know, say, oh, the wake up? Yeah, no, I'd rather take it as money. Like, there's uses for all those drugs. The drugs can be very powerful in this game. But at the same time, I usually don't worry about them very often. They have their utility purposes. And move this over here. Shrink away this side. Alright. So we've got our little production room. It's made out of wood. We are going to get a bunch of stone on here. So we're going to use the marble for stuff like floors and furniture, and we're going to use the granite for our walls, because granite's stronger than marble. And that'll be good. We should be doing okay that we're going to get that rice relatively soon. Not too worried about hunting right now. Hey, could you just... I'm being bothered by all this laying outside this long. There's value here, it's laying on the ground, rotting. So I'm a little worried that we're going to have all these goodies, and I've had the run where I've done a Sanguophage, wasn't paying attention to the hemogen, and suddenly all my hemogen was gone. It's not that big a deal, because you just have them, like, bite your own people to get hemogen. But it is just a waste. Oh, also... don't keep steel, plasteel, or wood here. Yeah, all that stuff, store that outside, please. Playing around now, do you have way too many animals? Winters are rough. Well, what that means is, during the winter, you get yourself lots of meat on the menu. And leather and wool and hides or whatever, depending on your animals. We'll definitely want to get Earth here, a gun or some type of ranged weapon. I could craft a bow. Most likely I'm just going to maim someone, because early game this Sanguophage probably could demolish the first people we run into. I mean, you got an okay melee. It's not amazing melee, so I guess I shouldn't overestimate your abilities. Because you were what, Steadfast Night Owl? Yeah. Because I want to say Sanguophage gets a strong bonus to melee. Yeah, strong melee damage, so they get extra melee damage. The big negatives here are these two. The Pyrophobia and Tinderskin. Impids get pretty scary with Sanguophage. Like, they get really, really properly scared with Sanguophage. Because the fire gets breathed out and just scatter. Alright, just stop. That was... Having you do that's a mistake. It's just taking all your time to work on it. It's a thing that's a good way of getting some brick and all that if you're limited, but it is a lot of time and effort for something that's not really going to pay out. It can be also really good if you're really hurting for steel. Now, it's a mix on whether I should be focusing on the research or focusing on getting the building up. There's arguments to be made for both. Like, the research is good because it doesn't add any wealth, but at the same time, getting the building to not be entirely made out of wood, there's a strong argument to be made for there as well. Okay. So we're definitely going to have this inside our perimeter. There's no question about that, because that's going to be where we put a geothermal if we get the research anytime soon. Now, what we probably want to do is early on get ourselves a common room and get ourselves some type of, like, guest room or whatever. I'm deciding how I want to make my rooms, because I like to make my rooms not just rectangles, because they get boring after a while. It's not an efficient way to use resources. It's not a type of meta strategy. It's nothing like that. Very genuinely, this is objectively worse than if I left it as a rectangle for purposes of game mechanics. But again, hear me out. Rectangles get very boring after a while. You get real tired of all of your bases being a rectangle. There was no water on this map to speak of. Gotcha. Oh yeah, we're also doing Sanguophage. So where I was talking about the incinerators, I found some pretty awesome designs you can make for defensive positions with them that are pretty ridiculous. Especially if there's like a pool of water you can use as just outside your defensive point to force them to run to it. The downside is if I do that, immediately all my Sanguophages are going to scatter. Hey, Zax, how's it going? So we're going to build really nice, but probably not very big very fast. That's probably going to hurt us with some of our mood debuffs, because I'll be spending too much time building a bedroom to give, like, a really nice bedroom. Not getting to, like, the common room or whatever as fast. It's not a good strategy, but also, that's what I want to do. The production room can kind of stay garbage for a little bit. And our rice is about to be ready to harvest. Yeah, and clearly this is overkill, the amount I'm growing here, by the way. I'm partially doing that to keep Earth working at this, so that Earth can keep leveling up their plants, so that they can get high enough to be able to do that. Alright. So we need a faction name, and we need a name for our colony. So we are Sanguophage, we're going to be cannibals, and we're going to be ritualists. So we're going to be awful, is what we're going to be. And the map is an arid shrubland that is just a crossroads. There's not a whole lot going on to really describe the map in any meaningful way. I feel like for the name, we should make the map sound like some type of paradise or resort. The Bloody Jerks. That's not a bad name. Will not take your blood village. Red Cross. No, it's what is it? One blood? One blood. I'm not gonna actually do that. That's, if I'm not mistaken, that is the place that you donate. Like, it's an actual blood donation place that provides blood to hospitals and all that. But they changed their name. I forget what their old name was, but they changed it to One Blood. And you're like, okay, on one hand, this does sound like a medical thing. On the other hand, this sounds like some kind of cult. Really, really 50-50 on which one this is going for. Not necessarily the greatest rebrand in history, if I'm saying. Hey, Ans, how's it going? I hope for a lot of bloodthirsty guinea pigs. I mean, we'll have it on stock, so like we could have a bar. Like, just everything needs to be low-key, like sounding innocent, while also being truly awful. The Bloody Jerks of Albuquerque. I'm probably not going to do the bloody whatever, just because, while it's not a swear word here in the US, you know, that's pretty bad elsewhere. Plus, I don't know. Like, I understand blood is a primary theme for the Sanguophage. It does feel organs are us. Yeah, but we probably won't end up, like, don't get me wrong, I'm going to organ harvest as I need. Like, we're doing an evil run. But I'm not going to just sit there in a pile of lungs. It's not useful to me. Like, literally, that's a resource that's costing me another resource I want more. I want my blood bags. I want my ghoul fodder. My first colony to make it off world was accosted by a pack of at least 20 manhunting guinea pigs. You're afraid you would not survive. They can be, like, the small animals. We totally won't steal your blood. Just being silly for your entertainment. Super cold here again. You love it. I hope everyone is having a good time. Hematopolis? I mean, Hematopolis. Well, would it be Hematopolis? No, yeah, it would be Hematopolis. Let me check one thing real fast. Just make sure this is anything urgent. Ooh, that's enough to catch up with that person later. Because I just don't know the answer off the top of my head. Alright. Crimson Tranquility. Okay, that Crimson Tranquility sounds like a great name for the colony. Because it does lean into it, while also, like, it's one of those things that the people who know, but the people who don't, I misspelled that. The people who know, the people who don't. Yeah, Scarlet Refuge would be another one. Your reaction rate, hey, it's good. The Hemoglobin. The Hemogoblin. I see. Noctivaria. Ghouls are people too. I feel like Scarlet's something we can work with, like the Scarlet... I don't know, like the Scarlet Kingdom. That kingdom's not the word I want. Like I feel like we've got the colony name. It's the faction name. Sweet Red Sands. Scarlet Empire. I literally was thinking that as well. The Crimson Throne. The Scarlet Number. The Big Red Bus. I know it's not. Scarlet Unification Collective. Suck. We'll do the Scarlet Empire. Maybe, you know, we're going to do truly evil. We're going to actually side with the Empire. Something I never do. Crimson is not spelled right? That's perfect. What did I actually put in there? Let's go to the map. Chrisman. Excellent. The good old Chrisman Empire. The Chrisman It's perfect. Alright, so we've got a heat wave. So luckily we didn't do no research, because this would be the end of the colony right here. So Bill, you need to go cut down some trees immediately. The good old Chrisman Empire, or Chrisman Tranquility. Alright, chop down more. We're doing Sanguophage? Yes. Because normally, I'm not down to do, like, blood bags and all that kind of stuff. Because, like, I just don't like playing that way normally. But we are doing an evil run, which is the main thing that, you know, keeps me from doing that. So it's like, alright, well, we're just doing it. There we go. So we can go ahead and get that built really fast. Yes, we are the big suck. Yep. But yeah, so we're gonna do cannibalism, we're gonna do blood bags, we're gonna do all sorts of stuff, we're gonna be making a bunch of expendable ghouls. Everyone will serve the Empire. We got heat stroke starting. Alright, so we've got that in there to hopefully cool this room off a little. Very little, probably. Because with the arid shrubland, this is going to be a very hot place. Now, if it gets really bad, what you do is you just caravan the person off the tile and wait it out. I don't like doing that, but if this is enough to keep them cool, technically I could build a second passive cooler in there to help. I don't wanna. I'm really lazy. I also like that you're literally not having any problems with it. You're just like, it's whatever. Arid Shrublands. Would it gonna be a problem? Early on, yes. Probably not long term. Okay. And we're going to want to get all that built out of marble and all that. I'm being a little stubborn on a lot of these things and what I'm going to be building them out of. That's fine. Meanwhile, there is a thing I want to respond to. So an external option. Okay. Just was helping out someone with a tech thing that they asked me. Alright, so you're working on your stuff. We do have some food coming in. Yeah, it looks like that's a manageable temperature, so you're not overheating. You're going, oh, recreation. What am I doing? All right. Because we are doing a, we have actual technology. Those are things we gotta worry about. You'll end up needing chairs for that too, which is gonna suck. You're gonna need a lot more wood, but that's okay. Yeah, so we're getting our initial rice in here. We'll get the potatoes and all that. That's going to come along. Heat stroke on you. That's fine. I think we'll be okay with the current temperatures and all that. Because this will last us probably longer than the heat wave will. Psychic Soothe. That's fine. Where are you all in a hurry? Alright, so we are being attacked immediately by Man with Club. Man with Club actually is a respectable fighter, kind of regretting not making a weapon to have Earth support grand here. But it is what it is. Yeah, because the piercing spine has a pretty short range. And a little bit of a wind-up. Or you'll just one-tap him. I'm okay with this. Oh, I win. Yeah, you just walked up and said, this guy? Forget that guy, just destroyed the torso and the leg in one slap. Okay, what is the weapon made out of? Is it uranium? Steel. Steel's pretty good. A uranium longsword would be better. A bioferrite longsword. That's the magic. Bioferrite longsword just annihilates stuff. Transport pod crash. Alright. You are a kind baseliner who's incapable of violence. Well, I'm gonna help you for right now. Wait, I can only capture you? Oh wait, I don't have a spare bed, is I think what's complaining about. Because that'll teach up our medical, and maybe we might end up having enough time to get something situated to put this person to use. Wait, are you associated with anyone? You are, that's fine. Do I want this person? They have high medical, but they also are a pacifist, which kind of sucks. So it is unfortunate that this person definitely died on arrival, and certainly did not survive. Because what I'm going to do is I'm not going to actually bandage them, because I don't think I want them. So don't worry about that. Go ahead and take their... Yeah, it's fine. No. Don't worry about that. You two aren't doctors right now. This is what we call food. Now you shouldn't get a mood debuff. Perfect. Give medical then melee them to death? Oh, I wasn't gonna worry about that. I was just gonna let them bleed out. Gonna do the low effort approach to it. Do we already have a tailoring bench? We do. I need to remember that. I'm so used to running no research, random research that I'm just totally forgetting I actually have access to a lot of these things. Hey, don't worry, buddy. You're... Okay, I don't have anything positive. I can follow it up. Just don't worry, buddy. You'll serve the colony. Are you on random research? I am. Oh, would you look at that? It is a shame they died immediately on impact. We're not going to worry about making many friends, if that wasn't clear. Because they are a food supply. So that is just a thing we're going to be working with. Yeah, so you are cutting a bunch of brick to get some of the base set up. This is one of those things that there's a very good chance I probably should be focused more on the research. I'm just kind of choosing not to. Hey, you got intellectual 1. Look at you. And crafting 4 by reading the book. That's actually a pretty good book we got there. A crafting book at the beginning. Just having the recreation give them free crafting levels is not too shabby. What level can you get up to? 5, probably? 12! That is a really good book for this point in the game. Yeah, so we got some spare clothes out of that person. Oh, here, we want to go here, storage. Do not allow tainted apparel. You'll be an OG in no time. Yeah, no, it's a whole thing. Just books are powerful in the game. It is one thing that's a pro and a con. If you get a bunch of different books with different skills, it can be hard to keep any levels that way. But the fact that you can have characters that you just be bad at medical, you wouldn't want doing them, and they can slowly climb and get medical or slowly climb and get crafting, where you're like, you know what? Cool, so we actually got high enough level that they're able to do the heal route. That was the whole reason we had that many different fields going. You know what? Just whatever stone's nearby, cut it. That way we can get the marble, we can get a whole bunch of different things. Because we're going to start by trying to get some decent bedrooms. Really, usually you want to get your common room first up. Because then you can have like a room that has recreation and the dining table and all the other goodies. In this case, I'm just like, you know what? Get the bedroom up. We'll get that sorted out. We'll keep everything stone. That way fire isn't a big concern. Yeah, so I think I'll probably do is get the bedroom here, get a common room down in this area. That again will be like our rec room, it's like dining room, rec room, everything. All of them will get the bonus. Okay, so heat wave should be going away pretty much any time now. They usually don't last super long. But if we get ourselves, I'll get an extra bedroom to keep people in. And then depending on their fate, like if they're going to be just a blood bag, they're going in the tiniest little microscopic closet we can make happen because that's all they need. And you're getting all of our heal route up. We'll need that to get the hemogen farms going. Because right now I got plenty of hemogen to keep Grand in business. Eventually we'll want more. I do plan to ultimately probably get as many of my colonists as possible to be Sanguophages. And we'll just lean in having a small army. Hey, look! Food! Greedy nudist. Who is medical and intellectual and social. That would be a dedicated researcher, but they are a greedy nudist. And they're addicted to Luciferum. Well, that was the deal breaker right there. Alright. You know what? We're gonna strip you for your Luciferum, and, I was like, greedy nudist? That's not my favorite. We might be able to work with it, though. Addicted to Luciferum. Nope. No, we cannot. We could definitely not work with that. Okay, so don't refuel that. Addicted to Luciferum right at the start would be a pretty bold pawn to get. Just, that would honestly be its own rough run, is just start a run with someone addicted to Luciferum at the beginning. You'd probably give them like 5, 10, 20 Luciferum just to get them a chance to do a trade caravan, but every single attempt would be entirely around getting more Luciferum just to keep them alive. Alright. Because I was kind of thinking if they weren't addicted to Lucy, I was actually thinking as much as they aren't a good pawn, they could be a dedicated researcher. And we could certainly use that. Because right now we are doing bumkus on the research. Because I'm focusing more on building the base and just having you ready to do that. Yep, well, we wasted George. But that's okay. Sebi over here. Sebi will serve. Don't worry. We'll get a freezer online so we don't waste people. Alright, so that's now going to be Grand's bed. Like that's the big problem we have right now. It's just gonna take us a while to get everything going. Lucy in the sky with diamonds? Mm-hmm. Like, genuinely, one of these two should be just sitting here researching. That's probably the most reasonable thing to be doing, but I don't know. I want to focus on getting the mood buffs from having rooms, getting that all set up. We have some decent starting research. It's whatever. Got a decent amount of granite going here, so let's start assembling the next room. This is wasteful that I'm using all this wood for double doors. Wait, ornate doors require gold, yeah. I was gonna be like, I can make stone doors too. That's honestly probably... Those stone doors open slower and closer. Slower and... whatever. We probably definitely want to go in later and... like, doors that I can just leave open, I'll make out of granite. The doors to bedrooms I usually want to be able to close, because otherwise the people constantly play, it's like, my sleep was disturbed. They disturbed my sleep. I didn't get good sleep. Everything is about the quality of my sleep, and it was bad. I heard someone 4 hallways away make a slight movement, so I'm upset about it. And with the Sanguophage, that usually means they go murderous rage or berserk and then one tap your other person. You're like, well, now I'm alone, Sanguophage. Really hope we got that blood supply up because, you know, that's not getting refreshed anytime soon. Ostrich has chosen death. Is there any animals we want here? Well, we probably get a dromedary later. Any of you good? Jogger, bloody modern nudist, which isn't a bad combination. Jogger's really nice. Blood modifier, Nudist I'm not a huge fan of. Being a crafter would be nice. What about your friend here? A gourmand that has little to offer me that I care about. Alright, well... You get to not be murdered purely because I don't actually want the things you'd give me. You got the Lucy. You can have the Lucy and you'll give me the money. If it wasn't for the fact that the meat would literally rot, so killing them would just be a waste, we're gonna wait and keep them lulled in a sense of security so they send future caravans, which will eventually betray and consume. I'm not yet ready to exploit their fleshy bodies. Alright, so those will be the 3 rooms. Meanwhile, we're done with this bed, so disassemble it for the wood to get back. I am going to stick to using marble. Because again, fire is going to be a real bad time for this colony, so we are going to do everything possible to minimize the burnability of the colony. Also, where's some more trees to cut down? Alright, let's change your work priorities. Because that'll get you to get wood here. We're doing okay on the plants. That'll offset that wood problem. So I can keep the stove going, we can cook. We'll be able to do other goodies. How are our needs doing? Ugly environment, slept in heat, slept outside, ate without table. Alright, so that gives us the main hallway. Hey, your bedroom's now enclosed. So I like the idea, maybe, normally I would make the common room like a separate thing. Maybe just have these rooms open directly into the common room, instead of normally I would have a bunch of hallways for choke points and yada yada. Let's lean into it that way, so let's just assume we're going to go down here as the bottom wall for right now. Is that even? If it's even, okay, so we need 2 doors. This one, I'm going to make the doors granite, because that'll be probably easier for me to come by. And all that. Alright, so you're getting that one built, that's good. Alright, so we got all this going pretty well. And once we get the furniture built in there, we'll start getting the these rooms set up a little bit better. So this is going to be way bigger of a rec room slash whatever than we need. Don't give me this. I can make a bunch of ornate doors. Don't give me the ability to make a bunch of ornate doors. That's a lot of wealth I don't need. But at this stage of the game, that's what I'm going to use that for. Alright, so we've got all that built. That's good news. Start enclosing all this in granite. I haven't quite decided yet how I want to deal with the, So we have the common room up here for right now. That'll be fine. We'll probably want to have a production room down here somewhere, like maybe make this the production room. Well, actually, make the production room back here. Put a kitchen right there. The freezer goes down here, and then we'll put storage over there. That might be the way we organize this. That's going to be probably way bigger than I need, but that's okay. And then, you know, we'll need a place to keep our, you know, the blood bags and all that. The people we will definitely be treating in humane and reasonable and respectable manners. None of that's true. It is what it is. Okay, so I have to get all that sorted out, but that's fine. Pigs join. I'm sorry, pigs. You'll compete with my food. The food is mine. So lock these doors open. And I want to prioritize building the beds and all that in these rooms first. And then after I've got that built, we'll worry about the furniture in the break room. We're definitely going to hopefully get the drilling early on, because we'll want the electric drills to just pull up tile or pull up stone. Like, we're fine for a while. We got a lot of stone on the map, but we will eventually run out. But that's okay. How are you doing towards needing death rest? Because my big concern is when you're death resting and Earth is by themselves. That's the one big negative with Sanguophage, is when they're death resting. I can't remember if it's like 2-3 days or something like that. They're just down. What we could potentially deliberately do is we could potentially deliberately, the moment the next raid is done, anytime we get below halfway in the death rest concern, that after the next raid we have them just go asleep. Well, probably farther than below half, but you get the idea. Have some threshold that once they start getting close to needing death rest, the moment we finish a raid, we immediately engage on that. Okay, so we got those pigs. Cool. And Earth is not going to be getting a whole lot done because they got food poisoning. Oh, you're actually going to get the wooden tailoring bench done? That'll be nice. Okay, bills. We're going to do the button-down shirts, do until we have one. Feel free to use whatever you like material-wise. And only count ones that are over 80% quality, or over 80% state of repair. We will want dusters, because it's a hot tile. One that is over 80% of the repair. Let's see, what else do we want to have? We can do the sash, because that's the middle layer, if I remember correctly. 80% repair. Pants. Only count ones over 80% repair. Let's bump the pants up to that layer, because that we have there. Alright. So we can also pop in here. Let's do the cowboy hats. I want to say cowboy hats are good for the hot weather. There's definitely some that favor stuff. One over there. So we can also add the masks. The masks give us protection against toxic and all that. And let's see. We're just going to assume children will be around here at some point. We do children's pants, parka, and shirt. Okay. Death rest is just advanced sleep. Yeah, it's just putting all your sleep together. That's what I was trying to remember. Is I remember that the Sanguophages need way less sleep than others. And I'm trying to remember how much less. I remember it was a very, very low amount of sleep is needed on a Sanguophage. So I am probably wasting schedule time by having that sleep that long. Let's cut off. Let's see if I only schedule 4 hours of sleep, what happens. Because remember, it was very, very low. And that's true of anyone at death rest. All right. Definitely looking forward to having more colonists. Okay, so we're about to get the common room enclosed. Once we do that, we will start, like, once I get these built, we'll start doing that, because that's good, because that means I can run in there, because there's no wood exposed on the outside, they won't set it on fire. You honestly would not be, like, if you had some more useful skills in here, buddy. Oh, you're a waster, never mind. Hey, you're gonna have a bad time, alright, friend? Oh, you still have food poisoning, don't you? It's fine. That's not going to change anything in the short term. Hey, Earth. Don't worry. Look, I have way higher combat skills than you. Please go down. I've cut off your arm and your leg. It's like I cut off your arm and leg. Stop putting up a fight. How is this not one-sided with the Masterwork Sword, higher combat skills, and they are missing both an arm and a leg? How are they even hitting me? To be fair, Earth going down almost immediately, that made sense. You're dealing with food poisoning. The goal is I wanted you to take a hit before Grand got slapped. And then even then, Grand got some pretty solid hits on him. Because I also figured if you did get seriously hurt, I could probably pop you with the instant heal off the Sanguophage. Coagulate. Not necessary. Okay. Oh, you know what we're gonna need? We're gonna need a fire to burn clothes. And a lot of... Okay, and we've got this room almost enclosed. We still need to cut marble before we can do all that. That did get rid of a bunch of the granite we've got sitting around, which is fine. And we're starting to make some clothes to replace that. You're a trooper for this group? Yeah. I mean, you're the one who's taking it to the face. That's what's happening. We get some leather pants. of entirely reasonable and not morally questionable sourcing. Alright. Yeah, so we're gonna work on getting all our clothes and all that sorted out. What kind of leather? Don't worry about it. Exactly. Oh, good. Food poisoning. To be fair, the room is disgusting. Alright. Yep, and we're losing all that pork. That's fine. You're back in action. Now, before we get into that too much, disturbing vision. That's for the monolith. We'll definitely want to do the monolith stuff. Steel club, steel club. It's fine. We'll just take the one in better quality. We'll definitely want to do the monolith. There's lots of good stuff locked behind it. Like, bioferrite swords is really, really good. Ghouls will be a lot of fun. Especially because you can really abuse Sanguophage ghouls to be just ridiculously strong. So, there's a very likely thing, if we get a colonist, I'm like, I don't know what to do with this. Oh, here. Let's go ahead and we'll make them a Sanguophage and then make them a ghoul. And just let them be... The whole thing. Poor Grant is like trying to eat that meal like 4 times now and is thrown up every time. Okay, should be getting down to recovering from your food poisoning soon. And you're playing catch up on all this. You're starting to get ourselves some replacement clothes. That's important. Alright. So it's going to take a minute because Grand is going to be working on tailoring up some clothes that we have replacements as ours start to rot. They're also cooking transport pod crash. A kind delicate, so it's a high mate. It is a high mate that we could use as a researcher. I am willing to rescue this person. I actually would like this person to join us. They're gonna hate the existence they're living in. But if I can get them to join, you're gonna have to coagulate them. They're not gonna live otherwise. But if we get a high mate to join us, we can have them be our dedicated researcher, and that should be relatively useful. They're really not able to do much other than research, but hey, I got a lot of research before that's a problem. They do have an artery blockage, but I'm willing to ignore that. They can't, I mean, okay, so they can become our dedicated cook and researcher. And clean that vomit. Well, were they... I thought they were incapable of dumb labor. Yeah, they're incapable of cleaning and hauling. They're basically going to be a researcher. If they join us. If they don't join us... I might be able to... Yeah, we can make them join us. They're joining us. I'm used to playing nice where we don't immediately arrest people. So if they don't join us willingly... they will join us unwillingly. You are getting heat stroke inside this room. It's 70 degrees. Speedy hairs. Speedy joins. Speedy is going to come along, and the reason we're going to accept Speedy is one of two reasons. One, Speedy will be a useful pawn that I want, at which point we'll keep them, or Speedy will not be a useful pawn that I don't want, at which point we'll eat them. Either way, Speedy will serve. Okay, we got you two. I'm gonna stand him here. It'll deal with the rabbits when they get close. Meanwhile, for Speedy, Speedy is a child. So I still want them to recreation all day just because having the child get a strong education does a lot for us. But they're gonna clean. That's what they do here. They clean, they haul, and they find time in their schedule, they'll cut brick. So meanwhile, our body modder child here, who apparently has a little bit of experience in mining and all that, you get to be a brand new colonist, and that's Kalaria Star. Also, you're restricted to stay in the home zone. Keep running. Okay, we're good. Alright. So, social-wise, you're our best social person. So we will want an ideology location. Right now, we're just going to shove it in that room. And we will go to your social, and you are now our moral guide. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of really good stuff you'll get. Would you... We're busy trying to bring some fast learner tutor. You're going to serve as food. Give me a minute. I'm getting my title. Give me a minute. Okay. You may now proceed with die. Because you're... Oh, you're actually decent melee. Let's not jump right in there head first and get ourselves hurt. And you'll merely witness the fight. Hey, Pankraru, how's it going? Thank you so much for that raid. Here, you can have that club. And you hurt, just bruised up. Thank you so much for the raid, I do appreciate it. So let me go ahead and get you a shout out. For those who don't know, Pankraru, absolutely fantastic content creator, friend of the channel and all that good stuff. Greatest pink squid on the internet. Been playing a lot of Scarlet Hollow recently. Also been playing some Liza P. Definitely a good thing. Let's see. We went to Cat Island and saw kitties. Okay. I don't know what this is about, but okay. Hopefully Cat Island was nice. At the moment, we are doing an unusual style run of RimWorld that I normally do. Because normally I play RimWorld as a fairly reasonable human being who is not doing all sorts of awful and terrible things. You can fill out what that means if that's not what we're doing right now. Basically, we've been doing a subathon, and one of the milestones was if we raised enough money and all that, we're doing an evil run. where I do all those things I normally don't do in the runs. So, like, normally I don't do cannibalism, or hack off people's legs and make them into a blood bag, or all those things. We haven't gotten to the point of doing those yet. Val's joining us whether they like it or not, because I need a researcher, and they can do that. And so while they did get here voluntarily, they're not leaving. But yeah, so normally, for the record, normally I play this game pretty genuinely nice. What, Val, what is your deal where you're like struggling with heat in not even that hot of temperatures? Basically doing a cookie run. Yeah, now for the record, I'm not just like butchering up kids just for the sake of butchering up kids. We're being practical. Like, if I don't need something, I'm gonna leave it alone. Obviously, we're gonna eat. But, like, you know, someone shows up, we're just not gonna kill just to kill. You can tell it's evil because of the goatee. Well, yeah, the goatee either means they act trustworthy and they'll absolutely betray you, or they act super sketch, but they're actually, you know, the person who's going to save you. That's the only thing. The goatee always means there's something is not as expected. That's what I've learned from media. Yeah, we're pragmatic evil. We're not lawful evil or chaotic evil, we're pragmatic evil. How old are you? 46 isn't that old. Oh, you know what? That probably means we're gonna need a heart, isn't it? Well, sooner or later, someone's gonna become a heart donor. Alright, so we're working on getting all this stuff. Poor Val here is not a cannibal or anything. They're not going to be a very happy person in this colony for a while. That's okay. We'll convince them. Alright. And as I mentioned before, I'm gonna have to make a fire for burning all the extra clothes. They're not a cannibal yet. Yep. Val, get over it with Bennett Body. Berserk. Has gone berserk due to a poor mood. That is not the play to be doing here, Val. You're a pacifist. You physically have no stats in that. Alright. So, I'm gonna try to kill Ari. You get in here because if Grand gets involved, Val is dead. I just want Val to fall down. Fall down, Val. Good job, Claria Star. I really appreciate... I mean, you didn't need to destroy their middle finger, but, like, I understand. You're still learning. We're just gonna skip right to capture. We were playing nice, but then you went berserk. You're super used to... We are now hostile with our neighbors, as it was meant to be. So we'll start by converting you. You're so used to super pretty villains in Final Fantasy games. Sorry. Villains in Final Fantasy games. Really squid because they're too dang hot. And then they turned out to be super good, wonderful person. I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. I've wronged you. Yeah. it's a trope in a lot of these things. All right, so only one more conversation will have Val converted over to our cause. And then we'll start recruitment of Val. Why are you all mad? You are in serious pain. Oh, food poisoning will do that, yeah. We'll get there. Right, so we need to, oh, good. Human leather clothes. The faces on my clothes aren't smiling, but they make you happy. Cool. That's not creepy or weird. So we're gonna recruit them. Yeah, so we're gonna have a bunch of angry neighbors who are gonna be very violent to us. That is what it is. Major break risk on Calaria's star. Because they're drowsy, they're hungry, they're in the dark, they're in pain, their body moderate frustrated, they're sweaty, they slept in a heap, their sleep was disturbed 3 times, they ate without a table, and they're mildly uncomfortable. That's okay. I know, they ate without a table. I should be really ashamed of myself. Alright, Val, I really need you to join us so we can have a dedicated researcher. Well, at 1.1 per conversation drop, we should be able to knock them down and get them to join us relatively soon. We're also likely going to need to recruit ourselves a hemogen farm. The gazelle has chosen to be meat. Fair enough. Yeah, so we've almost got enough marble to get these other beds and all that going. That's fine. We're trying to get through that. Oh, good. More food poisoning. To be fair, at least that's self-inflicted food poisoning, so you have no one to blame but yourself. Exotic goods trader. Someday caravans like this can be a source of immense income and food. And potentially recruits or whatever else I might need. Stop running away. We have food poisoning. We don't move very fast. That's gonna have to do because you're a best social person, and it doesn't matter that you have, like, a lot of food poisoning. Alright, so that's artistic. I'm not super worried about that. You don't want almost anything I have. I do have a lot of money, though. And a lot of money buys you a lot of things. For the moment, though, there's only thing I want is I'll probably get that telescope. That'll be a little bit of entertainment. These other things would be really nice later. But for the moment, I don't really have the ability to put much use to that. So in the meantime, we'll just go ahead and plunk that telescope right there. And that gives us another source of recreation. What are you angry about? Intense pain because food poisoning, and you're hungry because, you know, food poisoning. Oh, Hunter lacks weapon? That's fine. Yeah, so we're struggling right now because cooking-wise we're falling behind. Obviously I'm growing way too much here. I'm okay with that, actually. Our star needs to stop being in a daze. We're getting way out there, and that's dangerous. The good news, there's no animals that will try to eat Calaria on the map right now. Just ignore the fact that I've kidnapped someone and they're inside our house. It's fine. You don't need to worry about too much. I do wonder with the Sanguophage, because the Sanguophage is the Xenogenes. Similar to that, versus this germline you can put on top of Xenogenes. But you can have both. So it does make me wonder with like the Sanguophage if we would go in there later on. I mean, it'd be really hard to make that work. Yeah, no, because that's complexity 57. There's no working with that. It is what it is. There's a high mate. They're great social, but all the other stuff isn't that big a deal. And violence disabled. So in reality, what I could potentially do is we could unleash their inner psychopath by turning this wonderful innocent high mate who is non-violent and everything and turn around and make him into a Sanguophage, unleash their violence upon the world, and allow them to be free from the shackles of their morality. We're definitely doing that, by the way. That is a thing that is occurring. Because I want to say the Scarless, I don't know if that can help with the heart problem. I don't think it can. It might. We'll see. So I might recruit Val here, and then Val recruit. I might recruit Val here and convert them into our first Sanguophage. To get them locked into our group, get rid of the pacifist, because being a Sanguophage should disable non-violent. Because you have the aggressive trait. I believe the aggressive trait will override pacifist. So we can take the big negative they had, just get rid of it. Because delicate's not good, we can get rid of that. Kind would be nice, but, you know. You win some, you lose some, and that's what's going to get lost. Shelter for an organ farm. Exo, Cher is requesting a favor. Her friend, Victor Craig, is interested in learning about other cultures. She wants you to host them in Crimson Tranquility for 20 days. Oh, okay, you're saying that we have the organ farm. For a moment, I was like, shelter from an organ farm, and you're like, you know, maybe you should read more about what's on the pamphlet before you show up. Maybe you're gonna not necessarily be the happiest with the results. So good old Craig is here. We're having a party. We're definitely going to be trying to convert Craig as quickly as we can. Is Craig someone who should stay around? Super immune, nimble, and staggeringly ugly. So the staggeringly ugly is not great. Super immune and nimble is pretty good. We can't see what their skills are in anything. But I mean, there's always a possibility they could join us. That's the downside is... Yeah, so it's locked them all into nothing. So they are locked out of all their traits from the looks of it. Hey, let's really talk about that ideology of yours. Because let's be honest, if I don't get you converted, you are going to absolutely hate this place. We are doing lots of things that you're not going to be a fan of. Alright, so Val is up and around. Getting a minor way towards Heatstroke. We'll want to deal with that. Still not getting more brick cut because Grand is desperately trying to keep up with entirely more projects than they have time for. Because right now they're our cook. and everything else. And there's food poisoning again. So once we get that chess table moved, we're gonna just move it into the rec room. I just figured we weren't gonna cancel it while it was in progress there. Yay, Kalaria Star's actually cleaning stuff. Observed a rotting corpse. Wait, a corpse one? Oh, it was these two. Yeah, because those started that way because they're the ones that were with the monolith. Come on, Val, I need you to join. I need you to join. Then we're gonna go ahead and convert you into a Sanguophage. Ship to the stars. We're not gonna worry about. All right, and unfortunately, Gran is getting pretty close to needing to death rest. What we'll probably do is after our next whatever type of encounter we run into, like raid-wise, we'll definitely want to have them rest right after that, just to give them a chance to death rest, hopefully before any other fighting can happen. Do you have any more wood laying around? It doesn't look like it. So I'm going to assign them to cut down more trees. I'd also like to hopefully convert Craig here before you death rest. Because otherwise, when you start eating people, you're going to get pretty upsetty spaghetti if you're not down with the cannibalism. Okay. So, go ahead and take those worn cloth pants. Take that. That'll be a good start. We can snag a great bow. That's not a terrible weapon in all honesty, so we are going to grab that. You can take the smoke leaf. And I think that'll do for now. So with that, congratulations. You move up to actually having a ranged weapon. So now everyone's trying to run up in melee. Okay, so you're over halfway through your resistance being knocked down, so that's also good news. Kalaria, at the rate we're going, is probably going to be a dedicated hauling cleaning pawn. And the reason for that is they've already aged up a bit, and they've got body modder, but no passions. So unless they get a really good passion, we can assign them that we can put to good use. Most likely, they're gonna become somewhat limited on what we can offer them. But again, if we get something like Jogger, that could be a really good pawn nevertheless. Just a pawn with no passions and Jogger is fine, because they just become your dedicated hauling person. They just hustle stuff around your place. And having a dedicated hauler is really good for a colony. Okay, you depart in 18 days. Hopefully we can get you converted by then. We'll certainly get you recruited by then. Let's see, give them upgraded legs and have run around hauling everything. Oh yeah, that's a big thing. Also, I'm not going to hemogen farm you yet because that'll knock you out, and I want to recruit you faster. So we'll recruit them first. But we're also, if we do make them into our Sanguophage, we're definitely going to need to start getting our first blood bags. The big question is, where are we going to store our blood bags? We're starting to cut some brick. I noticed we got 100 when we didn't have that many before. And Claria's doing their best to keep everything clean. How is your learning going? Yeah, you're staying pretty far up there on your learning skill. Royal Tribute Collector. If it wasn't the fact that I really want Val, we would be talking. So it's going down by 1 per tick, which is good. Okay, you're doing a little bit of learning. Alright, so that'll be good, because once we get Craig, or not Craig, once we get Val on board, that'll be a third dedicated, actually able to work all-time pawn. Because the one downside of kids is they do work sometimes, other times not. They have learning as a need. Alright, 4 to go. So that's what? 4 more ticks? Before Val joins us? Everyone's getting their clothing. Yeah, we're getting close to getting all the clothing made. And then they'll stop crafting clothes. And you'll be ready to convert Craig again here in a moment. They gave me plasteel. It's a sign, chat. I mentioned that we'll side with them because we're truly evil, and then they gave us stuff for free. It was meant to be. Alright, one more attempt to convert Craig should do it. Val's also getting really close, too. It'd be good to get light in here as well. We probably want it. I'm trying to not set up a bunch of stuff. Mad Gazelle is going to die. Small child, go to safety. Hi. Getting sleepy does happen. You've especially had a very busy work week. Yeah. Hey, listen, Project, good to see you as well. More than likely, you're going to be a high mate that we're going to immediately convert into a vampire. And then you're going to be shackled to a research bench for the rest of your life. But it's okay. We will unleash your inner psychopath. You inside are actually a psychopath, but you're just being shackled by the fact that you were made into a high mate, or however high mates happen in the RimWorld lore, if they are their own thing, or genetically engineered? I don't really know. RimWorld's weird. We'll make you into a vampire. We'll let out those inner whispering voices of violence and allow you to be your truest self. It's not me making it up. It's right there. It's right there. You have the trait of the suppressed. It is suppressed. Alright. So we did say we are going to help the Empire because we are truly evil. And everyone knows the Empire is not the good guys. And I mean, we'll help them while it's convenient for us. If it's not convenient for us, we're absolutely going to betray them. Basically, we're going to get psychic powers because you can do some pretty awful things with the psychic powers. Fair enough. What can you do around here for your 2 seconds? Nothing I care about. That's fine. Oh, do you have any psychic powers? Word love. There's no one worth word loving right now. Actually, what is your age? 46? Eh. So I could word love them to hook them up. The problem is, even if that succeeds, very likely they'll just break up later because they're just too, like, the age range is too far and everything else that they have a very low chance of success. Because I'm also leaning in towards getting a title and, like, giving our vampire people a throne room and everything. And just going for that whole nonsense. Because why the heck not? The answer is because it's probably terrible. But, still, why the heck not? Combat Supplier. Eclipse. I think we're going to start making our first room for our first blood bag. I don't know when we're going to get our first blood bag. Door be here? Yes, the doors will go there. And these will be the blood bag rooms. Because then what I'll do is I'll put blood bag rooms here. And if we do a throne room or something, I'll put it back there. That feels like it'd be appropriate. Okay, take the clubs that are worn out. That's junk that's just piling up. Okay, can we make... Oh, wait, never mind, you have a Master Sword. Alright. So right now... we have the opportunity to get ourselves a decent weapon. So right now we have Calaria and we have we're gonna be getting ourselves a second vampire here soon. It would be good to get a really good melee weapon. Unfortunately, I don't think we can make the money happen for those, and Plasma Sword and a vampire is a terrible time. Never do that. So right now, I'm gonna go with Calaria rocking a chain shotgun. That way, in a pinch, Calaria can actually contribute to a fight properly. We're going to mostly keep Calaria out of the fight for the time being, because kids die easy. But now, at least you're not going to try and hit him with a piece of wood. Oh, also, we're going to change your settings here for your assignment. You murder anything that comes after you. I even meant to... Those only counts in horseshoes, hand grenades, and chain shotguns. Yup. You put enough ammo in the air, something will hit your target. We'll have you pop over here. And Grand will just get on point. Never mind, already sorted. That's gonna bother me so much. It's fine. I meant to cancel that tile too. Miniguns too. Yeah, anything that just sprays stuff out there. Yeah, so Val should be recruited here anytime now. Yeah, so it's probably 2 to 3 more ticks. That'll get Val and her recruited. And once Val's recruited, we're immediately going to turn them into a vampire. So that we can suppress those suppressed things. Get them back on their feet. You're going to need to death rest very soon. Wait, did you give me a gift? Thanks, man. I really appreciate that you went out of your way to beat each other up. Oh, good. You're even feeding us, too. Thanks, man. They left food, and other food, and a gun. It's really convenient of them. And this is a problem. Okay, so we're getting that all assembled here. Travelers seek charity. They're poor travelers looking for help. They have no connection and there'll be no consequences. You don't say, so too smart and capable of violence. Brawler? Okay. Delicate. Two of them are incapable of violence. That is not going to work out for them well. All right, so get those doors done. Get them now. No. Get that door done right now. Okay, you're already on it. I need 3 doors immediately available at this time. Please hurry. Why is the wood so far away? That's okay. You're gonna wait a minute. That's fine. Please just finish the door. Okay, so furniture. All right. Grab everyone. Hey, Andri, Pila, Moyer. Look, I'm not gonna say this is gonna be a bad time considering only one of you can defend yourselves. I'm just not gonna say anything. You chase him. You two on that one. Go to sleep. Get back here. Look. I wanna talk to you about something. I just want to talk. We should have a conversation. I just want to talk. We should have a conversation. We can have a talk. Nah, you all died. Well, we got food. And what's your deal? You actually look like... Okay, so you're a baseliner with great memory, and you're good at plants. Someday, we'll manage to not murder people on the way. Realistically, when we get this guy, we'll get a nerve spiker. The nerve spike will be likely part of how we end up getting some people to join us. That's the word I'm going with. Alright, very next conversation with Val, they become one of us. Alright, so you're ready to get here. Okay, so you two get ready for an actual fight. We say this very relatively. Oh, goody. So let's see. Oh, that's convenient. You happen to have no legs. That's exactly what we need in a blood bag. I didn't even have to do actual surgery here. So if you'll just do me a favor and stop bleeding out rapidly and just go to your room. Why didn't you try to arrest them? I could have. I mean, there'll be food. I'm not too worried about it. And with this prisoner, we're going to give them a chance to recover from their... Oh, actually, they're not even bleeding out that bad. We'll let them recover just so they don't die, but they're going to be a hemogen farm. Yeah, we're going to implant the genes in Val as soon as they join, then Grant's going to go to sleep. Death rest sleep. Because that's the thing, even when we kill them, we still get goodies. There wasn't one of those ones that's like, this is the amazing one. I don't need to be very picky. That actually worked out really well. All things considered, the fact that we just happened to cut off both their legs, that was definitely, like, they were meant to be here. This is... Sometimes you're chosen to be brought into the colony. Other times, you choose yourself to be in the colony. As a blood bag. Cool. Hey, Val. I want to try a thing. Genes implanted. And just like that, Val is no longer incapable of violence and is apparently amazing, like straight up master of melee. Heck yeah. You're a way better pawn than you were like 2 seconds ago. Go rescue Val now. Okay, so with Val, we're gonna quickly go to Val. Okay, so we're not death resting yet. I forgot I need to convert that person. So Val is our newest colonist, so welcome into the colony. Pronger, you are going to be our formerly non-violent person. We have reformed you. We've convinced you the ways of violence. Let's wait till you're not near death. So it's gonna take you a little while before you're allowed back up. It'll take you 2 in-game days. Meanwhile, we're gonna go to your schedule. And you are a Sanguophage, so we're gonna cut down your sleep time a little bit. You just don't need it. We do that work. I guess you will just... You'll handle cooking as your primary responsibility. So you're going to get that knocked down. And that'll open up Gran to focus on construction and crafting. You'll get the research as able. Convert Craig. Alright, Craig is one of us. And so you really need a death rest. So auto wake up whenever you're done death resting. Yeah, you're gonna need to be warned because you're gonna start starving to death. It's probably okay. See, they took care of it. We will work on converting them just because we can. And you're probably good enough to Hemogen farm now. When a blood fighters' hemogen levels are low, they can feed on prisoners. What do you mean I'm losing reputation for taking their blood? It's okay. I've got to pick up the pace that we're building stuff. Because you got done winning multiple hands with Texas Hold'em, and multiple times you got legit 3-of-a-kind straights was unusual for me. Yeah, sometimes you got good luck. DJ Shack of Fortune. I don't care. Yeah, so we get a Masterwork Harp and a legendary Nerve Spiker from that. The Deserter. We are not angering the Empire. We want their psychic powers. We want to be royalty and treat others as lesser beings. That's what we desire in our world. Is it messed up? Yes. Are we doing it anyways? Also yes. Yeah, so it should put us in pretty good shape as soon as they're back up. Because that means I've got another person that could take over cooking and research. So it's not my person doing cooking, research, construction, and crafting. So that'll be good. This place is a disaster. I am going to need more wood. We can go over here and say, hey, go chop some more wood for me. Clara's doing their best to organize and clean and haul. Heat stroke on Craig again. I mean, that's a good pawn, but like I said, I think in this case, until we get things a little bit settled, I'm going to go ahead and let this one continue, because they're not capable of violence and all that. I think we're better off getting those quest rewards of the Masterwork Harp and the Nerve Spiker. We're definitely going to be dealing with a lot of things here. So how long are you down again? Yeah, it's like 4 days or something like that. 4 or 5 days, you're down for death rest. Okay, so Pronger's about to get back up. Oh, Arcist Fair. Which ritual was that? Arcist Fair is the Lectern and Neil Sheets. I don't have what I need to make that worthwhile. Alright, and Pronger's up and ready. Right now, since you're going to be a melee pawn, go grab that club. We're going to want better. But unfortunately, you won't be able to convert anyone, like, get anyone else to be a Sanguophage for 2 years. I feel like that was a good use for a Sanguophage. We took a character that couldn't fight, and we made them into a character that can. And our reputation keeps going down for some reason. Oh, don't worry about taking apart that wall anymore. We'll just live with that looking terrible. Someday I'll get tired of it and I'll fix it, but it's not today. Alright, so Proninger is getting a title. You will be our elder. You'll be our actual leader. So Grand is the one who's the moral guide, and Proninger is our actual leader. Because if we do that, then we're going to stop having all this mood debuff where it's like, not led by a blood feeder. And with that, now when we look at them, we're like, yep. Blood feeder master, cool. So that's a -2, became a +2, so that's effectively a 4 difference, and that's good. Yeah, so Proninger's getting the cooking caught up, which is nice, and then after that, they'll go to research. And it'll be the first research that's happened this entire run. in 3 seasons into the run. And you'll be back up soon. Yeah, 1.7 days. And if we're lucky, we'll get either batteries or geothermal right away. Because if we get batteries or geothermal, that means we can just solve our power problems. And I could switch everything over to that. In the meantime, once Grand is back up, they'll start cutting brick, and we'll be able to continue building out our base, because it's kind of stalled. Because for all intents and purposes, we've only had 2 adult pawns up at any given time that are able to work. Yeah, honestly, a lot of these geothermals aren't badly placed. Another downside is we've already reached the point where those 3 bedrooms are not going to be enough for our people. It's fine, we'll get there. Oh yeah, we touched the research bench, chat. We touched the bench. We got like 5 research. That's literally infinitely more research than we've had up to this point. And I'm just converting them just because there is a chance if I do convert them that they will we'll get an ideology point for a reformation of our ideology, so we can start picking up more traits. Yeah, it's fine. I don't need that. It also practices our social. Oh, you're actually mining because you have spare time? I was not prepared for that. Probably leave you on just crafting so that you just cut brick. I mean, they're extracting blood pretty routinely. That blood is not coming slow. We're gonna have to have a dedicated death rest room as well. Because right now we could wake up the anomaly. The downside of waking up the anomaly at this point is I've got very little to gain from it because I won't be able to contain the researchers. You want me to hold on to 2 or deal with 2 man-hunting guinea pigs. You are willing to give me a book that gives recreation and a book that would give me bioferrite extraction and void provocation. Alright, that would require me waking up the anomaly. But those are the 2 things I would probably want the earliest, so you are speaking my language. I will fight your 2 man-hunting guinea pigs. And we will narrowly escape this fight. We're definitely unprepared. Is that like the 3rd party we've had in like this season? Oh, the vampires will not try to fight fire. Okay, and everyone's back up and ready. So vampires take the point. Others take the back. Nicely done. Pods arrive for good books. Oh, we could probably build that as well. So build, bookshelf, marble. That's just going to become necessary. So we want to make room for this. Hey, Kalaria, I'm going to move your bed for a minute. Don't worry about it. I don't want those to rot out there. Here, we can chuck that bed there, because you'll probably have less penalties if you're in there anyways. Like, that's the big thing, is I just need people getting stuff done. But hey, Grand is getting there. Cool, so you got all those enclosed. I missed what you're grabbing. Oh, you're building the doors. All right. So yeah, so anyone who survives fighting us that is not immediately useful or not going to be someone I want to make into a ghoul, they become a blood bag, or food. People who are useful to be ghouls, well, we'll probably make them ghouls. People that actually want as a proper colonist, well, I mean, you get how that works. New lovers, Protogen and Grand. Alright, I can get behind that. Thank you for consolidating the bedrooms. I was not anticipating that being a thing. Conversion complete, cool. So at this point, you stop stalking them ever again, and they're simply there for their blood. That's convenient. By consolidating your rooms, you've made it so that is far more manageable. And so you're mining, because you're all caught up on the growing stuff. Just slowly angering the relations. I wonder if I could actually keep people's relations up while also hemogen farming their members. Just like send them a bribe every so often to keep them allied, and then just tick down one reputation every other day as we take their blood. That almost sounds worse than just straight up making them angry at us. Bribing them into not caring about their own people. Okay, so you're making clothes still, and you're down to the last thing you need to make there, so that's good. You cook meals and research. You're doing what you can. Once I get that clothing done, we'll have them basically dedicatedly cut brick and construction, which would help us get all these bedrooms and all that set up. Heat stroke on Craig. Just, man, you need to get out of here already. Still got 9 days. So it's hard to gauge. This seems like it's a longer research. So maybe microelectronics or geothermal? Just because when they're at the bench, but it's also they're in the dark. I'm not accounting for that, because it does half their speed. Oh, it's telling me it's geothermal. I forgot. Even with the mod where it's supposed to hide it, if you click on the bench. Masterwork cloth parka. Fancy. Alright, so we're going to slowly work on all that, get that sorted out. The downside is Grand and Proger are basically on opposite schedules, and as Sanguophages, they barely need to sleep. It's probably probably not a thing they're going to run into much time for, like, loving or anything like that. Just keep grabbing all the brick you see in the area. Don't even worry about a thing. Just every brick you see in the area, grab it, cut it. We don't have that much sitting around. That's just what you do. We did get the telescope in place, which is good. We got the chess table in place, which is good. They're both reading books now. So one thing we're going to want to do at this phase is we did get a book that we can get 2 different things off of here. So I am going to allow Proniger to investigate the monolith. Normally I like to have electricity set up first, but that book giving me bioferrite extraction and void provocation should do it. The monolith's dark metallic surface is warm to the touch. Proniger thinks he can hear the faint hum emanating from inside. The lines on it are dusty, the surface seems to squirm in unsettling patterns. Proniger focuses on the shapes, trying to uncover their meaning. The hum strengthens. The shapes begin to flow in Proniger's vision. But the surface isn't changing. Power begins to uncoil in the empty space all around. A black shape is forming in his mind. The anomaly is stirring. Okay, we'll do that. Because I want bioferrite longswords. Because bioferrite longswords are silly strong. Alright, Great Paul. As the monolith twisted and changed, Proniger is overcome with a horrifying vision. In an instant, he understood. The monolith is a doorway just barely cracked open now. Something dark beyond imagination stirs on the other side, seeping into our reality. Terrified but excited, Proniger is convinced he can learn more by time of studying the monolith. Cool. And we did that entirely because anomaly things going on here. So bear with me. I am going to have to do one thing in dev mode real fast because the random research mod doesn't work correctly with that. So all we're going to do here is go random research, remove random research, and then we're going to go back into dev mode and go random research, make random research, and then we're going to turn off dev mode. So basically, we took the mod, we turned it off, we turned it on, and with that, I am able to now tell it to research these things. I would love for these to be randomized. They're not. This unfortunately does let me see what's here and choose to stop research. Basically, the reason I need to do it, if it selects an anomaly research, it'll stay stuck forever, so I hit the X to cancel it. But otherwise, that's just the nature of how it is, unfortunately. I wish it wasn't that way, but it is. Alright, the bookshelf is built. So storage, critical importance, that way they put the books on there and not leave them on the ground here. Sadly, it's been a long time. I don't think that mod's ever getting fixed. But I do like the random research. There's other random research mods. I need to sit down and do my research of like which ones are good, which ones aren't, yada yada. Okay. I'm going to mute my mic for 2 seconds and eat a little bit of my food.
Thank you Starbetard for subscribing for 15 months.
And thank you Starbetard for the Prime Gaming sub. You'll get one of those a month and you used it here, which means a heck of a lot. And that's 15 months you've been subbed to the channel. So thank you for continuing to support the channel, and I really do appreciate it. I do hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Alright, so one thing up here is once we get that geothermal, I can plunk down the geothermal, build a defense around it. I'll do those in the opposite order, by the way. Run the power down in here. At that point, we can switch over to an electric stove, get our lights on. That's when things will start really picking up. Where do I want to keep the things that go quote-unquote bump in the night? I like the idea of having the blood bags like in a column over here. We'll figure it out. Like, so the big thing I want from them is I want the bioferrite, because we will use that to make weapons. Because bioferrite long swords are really good. And all that stuff. Like I said, I think we'll put a kitchen down here. Maybe put like the freezer back here. Production room, storage room, whatever. We'll figure it out. Because we can then make the base wrap around this way, keep this as a growing area. That's fine, we don't need to worry about that. Okay, second bedroom is slowly, properly coming online. The other thing we can do is, because I'm going to put the geothermal up here, I can always put the production and storage room up here. So it'll be right by the geothermal. I'm already going to incorporate that inside the base. That wouldn't be too bad. Side stealer revealed. Sir, you really might want to reconsider who you're picking with. Also assignments. You also immediately attack. New research available for proximity detector. The big thing I gotta watch out for is Remnant. Alright. As evil runs are easier. Evil runs are way easier than not evil runs. Because, like, your raids become a food source, so you just don't even have to worry about it. If you need money, you can just rip organs out of people. The only negative you run into is more factions dislike you, but you can also choose to be picky and choosy on who you harass. But yeah, and that's actually one of the reasons I don't do evil runs, is they're generally much, much easier than a not evil run. Like, you could do like the blood bags to make using Sanguophage way more easy to manage. Now, like, if you're doing evil things and your ideology isn't set up to permit evil things, that sucks. That's genuinely a bad time. I'm gonna build a fire up there, so we can start burning all these like bad clothes. But yeah, there's like, it's just basically the evil gives you way more tools. And it used to be not taking the negative, like, it used to be doing all the really negative stuff. You had to go and have, like, your people had to be psychopaths or cannibals or whatever. And you had to get those traits individually on a bunch of people. And that got to be pretty hard to do at times. But nowadays, it's really easy to avoid having even any penalties whatsoever. So let's get the utilities out of here. Anything that's below 80% hit points and isn't armor. Also, and it's not those 3 pieces of headgear. Alright, so that way they'll start burning some of these worn clothes. But yeah, I know it's always been a thing that evil was easier than a not evil run. But it used to be you had to make sure you like everyone you wanted to do stuff had to have like the psychopath trait or cannibal trait, or there's a couple different traits you could get that they wouldn't care about cannibalism. So at least that limited your pawn choices a little bit. nowadays with an ideology, it's like, we're okay with being awful. And you're like, oh, okay, we're okay with being awful. Cool. And just everyone in your colony, as long as you convert them, it's just not a problem anymore. Okay, so it's tainted clothes. Oh, right, because we've been butchering people. Right, so we're just getting their random junk clothes piling up everywhere. Cool. And Claria Star now gets their own bed. So we've got all that granite. Let's make a proper production room. It'd honestly probably be big enough because just the size of the room. Put the door down here because I'm probably going to put the geothermal here and set up that area to do some. Have it closer to the stockpiles and all that. Then we can start moving this stuff into that room. Hey, Jill. Yeah, no, I'm having a good night. I can't speak for other people, but I'm having a good night. So Craig should be getting out of here soon. 5 days, that's good. Then we got this spot here, and we'll make this storage over in this area, so I'll start hacking into that here in a minute. In fact, what we can do is we'll go boom, boom. Then we can go over here, and I'm just going to say, hey, destroy all that. I believe I'll need a column, though. Alright. Oh, I should have probably made that stone and left. Yeah, deconstruct that door. I want to make that stone and lock it open. All my exterior doors these days, I try to make them out of stone as much as I can, because then the enemies won't run up and try and set anything on fire. And I found that just be convenient to not have to deal with like someone lighting your door on fire and they gotta run over and find the one door that's on fire and put it out so they don't just breach your area. The internal doors I like to make wood just for that. Or there's just some doors that you want people to be able to go into and out of really quickly, and stone's terrible for it. Yep, new colony. Yeah, we're doing the, as part of the subathon, the first, like, milestone, whatever you want to call it, was we were going to unlock an evil run, and we're doing the evil run, because, like, you know what? We finished 2 Point Museum, had a really good time with that. We did RimWorld yesterday, and I was gonna say we had a satisfactory run, but that's actually a lie. They killed poor Prison Architect. They killed it for like challenge runs, to be clear. It's still a good game, but they made it so hard to lose the game that I came to realize I had to like go out of my way to really, really try to lose. And it just didn't used to be that way. It used to be a relatively hard game. And honestly, I'm pretty salty about it. Yeah, no, I got to the point where I deleted all the canteens so everyone would start starving and, like, just kicking off. That wasn't enough to get us a game over, so I got rid of all my guards. That still didn't manage to lose it for us. So I just deleted big chunks of the wall to let all the prisoners out. And it started and failed to lose the game several times. Eventually, we did lose the game doing that. Because, like, for example, just to give me the warning that I had like one day if I lost more people, you would lose. I had to kill 30 prisoners in one day to get that to fire, which is an absurd number. And then on the other side of that, after I triggered it, I had to have 20 people die in one day to actually get the game over. Like, if I had less than that, so I actually failed to fail. It was so extreme. Like, why even bother having this as, like, a lose condition? Like, you don't... This isn't a thing you can kind of naturally run into the game. It's such a ridiculous numbers. Alright, so research bench. So I'm pretty salty about it. It probably shouldn't bother me as much as it does, but it does actually bother me a lot, because I remember doing challenge runs that were very genuinely difficult and having a sense of pride of getting over them and all that. And again, if it was like that was the default difficulty was at easy, sure, whatever. But it's like literally that's enabling the lose condition. It's that easy. There's no configuration. Like, but what? What are you doing here? And this isn't me being like, games are so easy now. It's they took a hard game and they completely murdered its difficulty and then didn't give you the choice of being able to turn it back on in any capacity. That's the thing that got me salty is you can't make it hard again. Alright. You three are up here. Where's Earth sleeping? Oh, right. Earth has the bed down there. That's right. That's fine. Yep, so we're getting this all built. That's fine. Yeah, I think we'll put the kitchen and freezer down here, because that's right by the food. We'll want a place to lock up the anomalies when we get there, but, you know, it's just not built yet. We'll also want to put, like, an exterior, like, a wall for, like, the exterior area to give ourselves a defensive position. I haven't got that all figured out. We're still working on it. Grand is just cut a block, put up some wall, cut a block, put up some wall, cut a block, put up some wall. Just a little bit more hemogen farming. So we should be overdue for raid. I'm surprised we haven't had a raid in a little bit now. I'm also surprised the raids have still been like one person. We didn't choose an easy difficulty. We didn't choose like, you know, losing is fun or quite that high. But Strive to Survive, usually at this phase would have more. We haven't suffered any horrible losses or anything that justify that. Hopeless Vagabonds. Sure, I will certainly help you, Pelican. Pelican. Oh, you're with the Scarlet Empire. That actually kind of sucks. You are neurotic. You can doctor, and you can research, and you can cook. Look. I want to be friends with the Empire, but you're making this really hard, buddy. Are you going to be a real pain? Because you're going to be a real pain. We'll just go ahead and say that's your bedroom. Don't worry about why that is. That just happens to be your bedroom. But after you start talking about the possibility of Prison Architect 2, if you're looking for an associate publisher does, there's something across the game called Back to the Dawn. It definitely caught your attention. Yeah, I believe that's the one we played. That's the one where it's another one that's like a prison escape game. I think it's a prison escape game. But they're all like animal people, if I remember correctly. I want to say we played that on the channel one time. I think we even had it sponsored. I can't remember that part, though. So what I'm debating right now is, do I kidnap Pelican? Because if I kidnap Pelican, that will piss off the Empire, which kind of ruins those plans. And then, if I do that, what would I want to do with them? Because I mean, they're really not that good. They could be a cook. You got your 2-point museum key? Nice. They can research and cook, which will be nice, because then they can split duty. They're not really good at fighting. Neurotic increases their work speed. I don't think... I think I let that one go. I think we take the reputation... No, it says you're not part of a faction. Are you lying to me? Oh! Okay, yeah, we could just totally arrest them and do whatever. Never mind. So, hey, Pelican, buddy. I'm really 50-50 about what I'm doing with you right now. I'm really on the fence here. The only thing I do know is I am arresting you. That I am very confident is occurring. What I'm deciding is whether or not your legs pop off and you become a source of blood, or other means. So in the meantime, we are going to convert you regardless of what happens. I mean, you are neurotic without a way for me to counteract the neuroticness. And your leg, it's basically already partially off, if we're being honest. I feel like you're a blood bag. You're feeling like a blood bag kind of person. Because, like, neurotic's nice, and having a doctor with good research skills would definitely help. But I am a little bit worried in that I don't have the bedrooms. Why would you leave the food in the door? Alright, hang on. Look. We'll try this again. I mean, the answer is because I made the room too small that I physically can't deal with that. Operations. And you're my best doctor? Oh, this is going to be some real bad medical practice. Hey, I just need to quickly deal with this leg of yours, if you don't mind me getting involved. Because yeah, no, we have vampires. Yeah, so note to self, for making them into blood bags, the 2x1 cell is not a good move. This person's absolutely failing the surgery. It's just whether they fail it in a way that a leg pops off. Nope. The answer was no. Well, I'll be back later. Oh, hey, actually... Stop it. I saw them going for the mess. I was like, wait. They almost died. Give them a moment. I do need them to survive becoming a blood bag. How'd you fail to amputate like that? We're in a pitch black room. We just started cutting at the first thing that got in our hand. So by cutting a leg off, you stab the guy in the stomach? Basically. To be fair, pitch black room, and as a doctor, pretty incompetent. Yeah, no, it is a weird thing that's not one of those ones that you can just easily... Confusion because you're woozy. From that, that's fine. Yeah, no, I could definitely do that. I'm not gonna bother. I may need to bother. Alright, so the workaround we can have for this right now is if I put a door on the other side there, that'll be enough. Meanwhile, I need to go over here. It's fine. They're getting close to getting our geothermal, which will be nice. Look at Kalari's star over here crafting bricks for the first time. Oh, you have food poisoning, don't you? Yep, that's fine. Just watching the rep go down one tick at a time. Alright, so that'll solve that for right now. We'll pop both their legs off, move them into a different room. What I'm probably going to need to do is have, like, the room when we bring in a new blood bag that we process them, and then we bump them to the room I actually want them in. Okay, lock that open. Major break risk because you are in intense pain. That's fine. You're getting closer to all healed. Don't worry. We'll get those legs off. We're not doing your other ideology thing. Yep, so once I get to like 39 of that, we'll just try again and again and again until the legs pop off. We'll aim for that left leg, because if we keep hitting the left leg, even if we just scar it up, eventually it'll be no good. Operations add amputate left leg. I didn't realize we just had the choice of amputate because of the scar. Alright, so research is coming along okay. Oh, did I actually tell you can study it? Yeah, we did. That's fine. Because at some point we'll be able to do entity containment, that'll be good. Oh, right. I was going to make rejected proposal. Proger told Grand Cleoso that they wanted to spend the rest of the lecture. Rejected the proposal. They're going to be unhappy about this. So you rejected the proposal, so we're just gonna need to console you about that later. In the meantime, go ahead and grab that stockpile, grab your settings, copy them, paste them, and go here, change yours to low. That way they gradually get that stuff and move it up here. You failed to amputate the leg, but added bonus, while you did fail to amputate the leg, you did so in a way that only damaged the leg. So go back to attempting to amputate that leg again. I wonder if one of the other options for dealing with them would be to do the de-aging ritual until they're like, you've gotten them so many brain scars that they're down to... Well, they died. We got the leg off, though. Yeah, they failed it, and they caused enough pain between the three of them that it killed them. Well, that's fine. Now they're food. They were medical practice and food. Hey, Cassandra, could you give me another freebie, please? You've been really good about that. Right, you're still mad about the rejected proposal. I was gonna stick around for 24 days. So as soon as we can console them, we'll console them. Alright, you get out of here. Cool. So I've got the legendary nerve spiker, so you grab that for right now. And we'll install the harp in this room. For some more recreation options. Oh, I'm also okay. Stick to what we got. So we want to get that last bed online so that we can go and clear this stuff out of here. And again, make this into a freezer, make that into a kitchen. Why are you not assembling that bed, by the way? It only needs 85. Oh, that's limestone. Okay, never mind. That answers that question. So we're gonna do that. We're close to getting our geothermal online. Once we get that online, we're gonna get everything wired up, get our lights, do all that stuff. Get our proper freezer down here. And then, like I said, we'll probably go over this way and close this area off. And probably just enclose that off right now. And expand our base as we need to expand it. I can put the things that go bump in the night over here. That's also a good place for us to put our defensive position. Because we're using the vampires, there's a really good chance they're going to be a little bit on the melee heavy side. So I'll probably want to plan for that. You know, spend our range to try and deal with anything that gets fire. And let the Sanguophages really get in there against everything else. Alright, so console you. And so even though they proposed, we said no, or sorry, we said, Greta's like, not taking it. Greta's like, get over it. And they're like, oh, okay. They wanted to be married for a lifetime. By the way, they never die. And Greta's like, whoa. When you only live for like 70 years or something like that, like that's at least a level like 70-year-long commitment, realistically, by the time we're adults. You know, maybe 50-year commitment. We live forever. I need you to understand, forever is a really big commitment. All of time is a significant commitment to be having. So, you know, let's have some reasonable expectations here. All right. And go ahead and delete that door again. Yeah, so like I said, we'll probably have like a person processing room to get them blood bag ready. Okay, and with that, this bed can go away. So this is now officially a kitchen with a bunch of junk on the floor. Rejected proposal. Stop doing that. I didn't even know that's stacked. The marriage is... Okay. So Protoger proposed, and Grant was like, no. And then literally seconds later went, never mind, I'm in. Well, at least it got rid of the mood penalty. You're being a very fickle couple. It doesn't matter. I'm going to put that there. Alright, getting really close to geothermal. Then we'll get lights in here and all that. And as we cut more marble, I'll use the marble for more furniture. Let's see. So, the Empire is willing to send stuff. We can get a psychic harmonizer, or sensitivity thing, which not bad. We'll get a bunch of Yetkins going here. That's honestly kind of a scary group. Masterwork end table, love to see it. That's a little bit kind of a scary group considering we have a child, a not meaningfully damaging nerve spiker, a not meaningfully damaged club, and then a menace with a sword. So that is actually a decent fight. And then Yetkins also have a bonus in melee. I'm gonna turn that one down. I wanted to do it, but it's like, oh right, they got a bonus in melee, and I don't think Grand is gonna lock that down entirely by themselves. Like, and they're not ones I can bottleneck because they are ranged as well, so I gotta kind of rush them. I'm kind of trying to wait until we have the geothermal, because then, like I said, I can build around there. Oh, and we can start setting our perimeter around here. I feel like the defensive position should be on this side somewhere. Like exactly where I haven't decided, but somewhere over there. I mean, the sand does cause reduced walk speed, so we could turn it this way. Whatever style we decide to make. The big thing I am gonna need is see, our prisoners who are blood feeders could also feed on the prisoner through the same thing. Yeah. I am going to likely need a lot more blood bags. That's going to be an ongoing thing. Now, one of the pros and cons of the blood bags is you get a lot of medical skill, but they do become a food issue, and then for your doctor, it becomes kind of their full-time gig, which is okay. But that is something we will have to worry about, as we are going to need some decent medical people in the colony. Alright, so furniture, it's time for the next thing we would want in here. We want the table, marble table. We could do this. It is going to be rough, all these chairs. Actually, forget all the chairs that way. For this, we're going to go chairs. But here's a question. This is going to get real grim, chat. Don't mind me. Extra comfy chairs that don't use wood. Probably close these doors. I know I want to path back and forth, but I want to force them to come into this way if they're going to try and trash my stuff. It's fine. Just don't worry about it too much. This is what we wanted. Look, we're not wasting. Don't worry about the human leather armchair. It's fine. Where is a raid? When was the last raid happened? Why are you straight up sleeping right now? There, we got a table and a chair next to it. You hope the armrests are arms. Aw, man, it'd be so cursed. Monolith study progress? Roger has a breakthrough while studying the monolith. He believes the monolith is a conduit for psychic energy, connecting to some distant location. However, he is unsure where or what it connects to. Roger is convinced by studying the anomalous entities, he can find a way to close the conduit or learn to harness its power. Yay! Entity containment has been researched. Cool. So with entity containment researched, I'm going to go ahead and choose like the next research there since we have a book that is giving us the other two. But we will want to make an entity containment area. I still don't know where I'm putting it, but we'll get that set up because that'll give us bioferrate, and then we can use that to make bioferrate longswords, which are really, really strong. Geothermal power. Okay, so I need to check. Is that this? Yeah, advanced lights is fine. It's just I need to make sure it's not choosing a an anomaly research because it won't work. So we're gonna pause building that. We're going to grab security, barricades, granite, and build a little buffer around here because even though those aren't flammable, there are weird conditions that they can still get caught fire on. And while it's rare enough, it's probably not worth considering. I don't know. It looks good. It's fine. I'll just keep doing it because why not? And a granite door and zone. Do not build a roof over it. Now with that, we can go hidden conduit. Start running all of this around. And get out squared. Okay, do I have enough components for that to matter? No, because you're 12 components? No, you're 8 components. We actually do have enough components. Yeah, so we want to get that all online. Once the geothermal's online, we can go ahead and work on the next thing. Growth moment for Calaria's star. Cool. So let's see. Reach the biological age of 10 and experience a growth mode. Excited about the future, she would like to spend more time doing meaningful work. Calaria's star enjoys drawing pictures of secretive blood drinkers. That's a fair thing to want to do in this colony. You can be sickly, creepy, bleeding, masochist, or kind. So, the catch is, kind is really good, but I'm probably making you a vampire eventually, which I believe will override... We'll take kind. So, you do have a passion for socializing now. Yeah, no, kind's the more correct. It was whether or not with the Sanguophage. Does Sanguophage override kind? I can't remember. I don't think it does. It doesn't. At least I don't think it does. Wait, actually, we could check on... Well, no, because it would have replaced. Yeah, no, I don't think it does override kind. So that'll be good. Alright, so we're going to get this all enclosed, get our geothermal online, and we can start getting all of our lights set up. Okay, and that doesn't have food anymore, so we're going to go ahead and delete that. They haul all of that crap up here. No more anything in here. Because once we get down here, I'm going to want to turn this into, like, again, a freezer and a kitchen. And this is getting to be a little bit too much base for the number of people we've got going on here. But hey, whatever. Recreation-wise, can make this better. Because Because then we get TV in there and all sorts of goodies. We're going to make it into a really nice recreation / dining room. It'll take a little while. Most of those things aren't things I want for other rooms as well, material-wise, so I'm not super worried about it. Over here, we're definitely going to want shelves. We'll make those out of marble as well. And eventually, I'm going to need to put down floors. Those are also going to be marble, because I've just granite and marble as my only materials on the map. All right, so there's advanced lighting. Hydroponics is fine. I won't use it. Advanced lighting will be good since we do have anomaly enabled. I will want to put like the really big light out here covering this area. But right now we just need to get over here and get that handled. And once they build that, we can start working on our freezer. The thing we can plan out our freezer for the moment. So it's definitely going to be like the 2 thick wall. So go like this. So yeah, so the plan is one of these will be a butcher table, one of those will be a kitchen. This will probably go through here. They'll have the double doors there. Make the walls too thick. Yeah, okay, so that'll make the walls too thick. We'll probably put, like, the freezers or whatever here. That's gonna be a bunch to get that set up. Oh, wait, you already have... You don't need that. You already got that. This wall's already thick. You literally just go like this. It's the same idea. But first, let's get the geothermal online, and then we can worry about what's going on down here. And you're going for a walk, that's fine. How are you doing? So you're good death rest-wise, you're good death rest-wise. Now, I think we'll do from here. If I just cut across this way. Down here for the moment. Down there for the moment. We'll probably make that our defensive perimeter for right now. And I'll do something up here for the actual fighting location. I haven't figured that part out yet. And you're also going to need a bunch more steel, aren't you? I probably have a bunch of more steel out in the periphery, don't I? Yeah, I got a bunch of steel out here. That's probably fine. Shamblers approaching. 2 shamblers approaching. Cool. We can just murder the hell out of them. Sadly, I don't have a place where I can contain them right now. So again, just gonna murder the hell out of them. Well, we're getting that shooting skill that's been neglected up. Someday you'll hit something. You... Alright, just one-tapped a Shambler in the heart with a Nerve Spiker of all things. Nerve Spiker's damage is relatively terrible. There you go. And honestly, almost blew that liver out in that one. Okay, cool. So we got a fragment. That's good. We'll want those for making ghouls and all that. Okay, so food's been doing relatively fine. We aren't hauling enough of it inside. We just... Once Kalaria is done learning, they're fast looking like they're going to be our dedicated hauler, which, again, is a good thing. We haven't been getting any, like, real raids in a while. So that's been removing that food source / material source. Which is a little weird, but okay. You're upset over a rotten corpse. And you're also upset because, you know, you want human meat. It is what it is. We need guests of the edible variety. We are slowly running out of hemogen packs, which is a problem. I need more volunteers with blood. Pawns of the colony might be good too. Yeah, this is also true. Look, I'm just bleeding your person dry. Get over here, combo people. Low key, I do wonder if it would be one of those things, if we got like the shuttle event, I do wonder if it'd be a viable tactic to like enclose the shuttle in an area and just have someone, like a couple of ghouls or something, protected, so when they keep sending one person after another, you just keep murdering them with the ghouls and use it as just like an infinite supply of materials. I haven't messed with that before, like deliberately dragging that out. Like, I've had it where I drug it out with like a mech cluster or something, so the mech cluster and them were fighting constantly. But not in a situation where it's like, wait, can I just use this as a way of delivering food again and again? Because they do attack relatively fast. That's what I was hoping. Scarless did cure the artery blockage. And you're basically just about out of materials for building right now until you get a chance to cut more brick. Laria is hauling stuff, which is nice. Cure? I mean, yes. They're a vampire, so the artery blockage just vanished because they're scarless. Alright, so a combat supplier. So I am noticing we do have a minus 39 reputation with these people. We probably want to fix that. I'm going to need someone to be my trade partner. We've already angered multiple of the other factions, but that's okay. These ones have weapons, though. And I like weapons. I would like to keep receiving weapons. Yeah, so you're still reading that. It's not going to give us enough money to do really much of anything. A smoke pop pack can be pretty useful, where you just run up and you pop the smoke pop to try and spare yourself some hits. I think for right now, we just trade that. I don't have anything they want. Now, last time they visited, two of their people murdered each other, and we got free food out of it. So here's to hoping we get another chance of them just murdering each other on, because that's convenient. So deconstruct the horseshoe, because these are the same recreation type, and that one's better. Cool. So with that, you can allow the geothermal to be built. That's going to require more steel. Or if someone has some time in their agenda. Likely I'm going to have to disassemble more of these ruins out here. There's the hydroponics, sterile materials. Okay. Okay. So that'll hopefully give us some more steel to work with. Otherwise, the next thing to work on to be slowly making this freezer happen. So once we get the geothermal on, then basically we put up the lights. We want to try and make sure we have the materials to make the electric stove in here, as opposed to a fueled stove, so I'm not so dependent on wood. We can put lights inside these rooms. I like having lights in all rooms. They give you more movement speed. It looks better. And when we have the nocturnal event, it keeps you from all dying. Alright, so you get a raid from these two. Bow and a club. Nervous, depressive, body mod or fast learner, gay. This one wouldn't be a bad one to take. This one would be terrible. Health problems. They're definitely not strong pawns. Alright. So would they attack immediately? I'm gonna prepare. Fair enough. Oh, also, so how's your combat skills? So you suck at shooting. And you suck at melee. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and just take this as we outstat them. Let's try and get in there. Get him. Yeah, I don't think you can catch him. That's fine. Floors help? Yeah, no, we will do floors. The thing I'm waiting on is I need enough spare stone block to build floors. I am probably going to make this base way more expensive than it should be. But also, honestly, now that I think about it, you don't need bed rest. Because Sanguophage are super immune. Perfect immunity, sorry. So they literally can't get the diseases from a lot of stuff. Why not smooth the ground? It's dirt. You can't smooth dirt ground. You can smooth stone ground, but you can't smooth dirt. No! They broke up with each other. And the reason I'm upset about that is that means I need another bedroom. Fine. They're still sharing the bedroom. In fact, you know what? They're still sharing that bed. Because honestly, neither of you are in the bed long enough that you will basically never bump has. We'll get that sorted. Basically, I need another bedroom. But I also need to get a perimeter built. I also need to get more of this stuff built. It's a whole thing. The downside is you can't tell yourself to get over it. You are just... Actually... I want to get some lights on. I might just death rest you for a minute. Start with that. So feral child wandered onto the map. Where's the feral child? Okay, Gourmand. 50% chance. I'm down. I feel very comfortable that you're not like... It's fine. We tried to arrest them and then they fell over dead. I don't really understand what happened. For the reality, I understand that they did not go with the being arrested, and they fought back and died instantly. Alright, chat, bear with me. I need to use the restroom real fast and stretch my legs. I'm going to be right back, so thank you for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. We had a marble meteorite just strike a duck and kill it. Okay. I get it. I get it, Cassandra. You didn't like that duck in particular. That duck in particular was a duck you decided did not deserve to live anymore. This duck, Duckling 11, Cassandra, not a fan. Just really didn't like the way the beak looked. There's something about it just really irked her. Once I am actually not being dealt with the word. But let's say, you know, I'm getting exhausted. I'm in a bad way. I can't fight what's left. I'm too tired. So what I might do is I might do something like this. I go, okay, you know, I sneak around here. I cut the corner real fast. Cut the second corner. And then I go sneak. And the reason you do that is you pull the zombies. They lose line of sight of you. And they lose line of sight of where they're going to, like, last have seen you. And then you sneak and you just try and, you know, get away from the situation. You could also do that where, like, if you do manage...
Right. And I'm back. You never see ads, Strange? No, so, like, when it comes to stuff like ads, you only see ads, like, if you have Twitch Turbo, you don't see ads. If you're subbed, you don't see ads. Certain regions of the world, advertisers just don't buy ad slots on. So when we talk about, like, content creators, you know, we set it to, like, 3 minutes of ads per hour, which is the minimum required to get rid of pre-rolls and that. That's the maximum number of ads you get. Which is one of the reasons why, you know, I've had people like, oh my god, I just went through, like, 10 minutes of ads. Like, I can guarantee you that's not true. Not unless something's real broken, at which point you need to yell at Twitch. But yeah. It's one of the things that really frustrates me with the Twitch subreddit. It's like 1/4 just people complaining about ads, and then 90% of what they say is just made up crap. They'll be like, oh man, every channel I go to are 20 minutes of ads per hour. It's like, I guarantee you that's not the case.
Not unless you got some real weird things, like you're searching for like a tag that's like ads all the time. Or like, and have you seen people say like, oh yeah, this channel had like 30 minutes of ads per hour? It's like that, you physically can't do that. Like 20 minutes of ads per hour is like the absolute max you can set it to. But it's just the subreddit. And I get it, people don't like ads. Nobody likes ads. But it's just... When you're complaining about something and you make up stuff, you destroy the credibility of your own argument, and you make it so it teaches the other person to just not bother listening to you. Because I can't solve a problem that you present that isn't real. Or is exaggerated or whatever. Like, be genuine in your complaints and all that when you're going to stuff like that. And also, as Kevin was saying, like, no one likes ads, but it is the unfortunate reality for hosting anything. The company's got to make money to turn those on. Servers are expensive. People to run those servers are expensive, like really expensive. I've worked on the IT side and the dev side. None of that crap is cheap. And so the reality is Twitch actually does give you the choice of, you can, so this is what I was talking about where you can have stuff get broken. So the random research shows bioferrite extraction for the normal research area, not my other one. So this would get stuck forever. So we just hit that to reset it. That's why I had to do the off on again. No streamer in the right mind would run ads. So that actually was a thing for a while, that Twitch actually went and made a rule against it. That there were people being like, hey, please lurk my channel. I have my ads maximized to support the channel. And so they're basically encouraging people to, like, you know, tune into their channel not to watch it. Like, actually telling them to, like, mute the audio and put it there. That way they would get paid for all those ads. There were people doing that. Yeah, but Twitch is like, that's not allowed by TOS. Like, if you choose to turn your ads up, that's fine. But, like, if you're openly saying, like, hey, you know, like, literally put my volume at 1%, or, like, don't actually watch, all that kind of stuff, just to pad out the numbers, they're like, no. But my point was, running these things is expensive. And Twitch allows you to either pay to get rid of the ads entirely. There's Twitch Turbo. It costs about as much as 2 months worth of a sub, or like 2 subs a month. Completely ad-free experience. Or you can watch ads. They give you that choice. You're welcome to have that choice. Whereas a lot of other platforms, you don't even get that choice. You go to some place like Netflix these days, you can pay the regular monthly rate and still get ads, or you can pay like the extra, more expensive monthly rate to then get no ads. And it's just like, you're gonna be a problem. I don't really have a good way to mitigate your mood. Oh, I see. You're still... I'll still set you to sleep. I'm gonna death rest you. That's not really a good idea right now, but I'm gonna death rest you basically to just get you through that mood a little bit. Let's see, Turbo comes with more colors for your name and some weird emotes too. If you want that, yep. To just play ads, they should go to free TV. But yeah, so it's one of those things. The reality is all of this costs money. And ultimately, if we don't have ads, either one, it's got to all be paywalled, or B, it stops existing. I don't even want to imagine the expense that it is for the bandwidth that Twitch deals with. Because, like, I worked for a company that we did host videos as well. They were educational stuff. Nowhere near the amount of user base that Twitch has. But in the industry I was in, they were the big company at the time. And our costs were way up there in the millions of dollars. Like, I don't remember. It was like, I know it was like the tens of millions of dollars. And that was with us having partnerships with all sorts of different hosting services and getting like really big, heavily discounted things. Like, really cut that down. We were a fraction of the size Twitch was. Or is. Just expensive. And we charge more than Twitch did. I'm gonna quickly finish my dinner versus sitting here like munching on having it be a constant distraction. Just gonna knock it out while the game goes. So I'll be back in a minute. I'm also having pizza, frozen pizza. Yeah, that's kind of one of those things that if I know I'm in the middle of something really, really intense going on in the game, I will pause the game when an ad break happens. But outside of that, these days, I've learned to not bother that much. It's kind of one of those realities I'm finding more and more on most platforms, that I honestly think genuinely we've reached a point that more people, you know, pay for turbo or sub or whatever, than don't by a large margin. That I honestly wonder if the people who get subjected by ads are a very small subset. So it's kind of one of those things that as a creator, I get put in this weird spot where it's like, okay, you want to pause so people don't miss the action. Fair enough. At the same time, if like 90% or 80% of your people are all subbed and all that, then it becomes this weird disruption of you waiting for the ad break to end. And it's not, there isn't a clear this is better or worse. You're messing with one group or the other. Like I said, I still will go like, if we have the helicopter going on in Project Zomboid and the ad starts, I'll pause the game because it's a big intense moment. But like RimWorld, 90% of the time, that, you know, that little window is probably not going to be a deciding factor of anything. So letting it just run through it is fine. Same with like Prison Architect or like Tycoon games. Yeah, letting that goes through everything. He pauses every time with a special screen that's super annoying. You get pausing is important stuff, but it's slow. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. It's kind of agreeing that, you know, we have to run 3 minutes an hour, and we can just run it in like one big block, or we can split up to like every half hour, minute and a half, or 4 times an hour, 45 seconds. You get the idea. It just has to cumulatively be 3 minutes. That's the reasons why I do mine in one block, is it's still disruptive. But also the 3-minute block does mean if I have to use the restroom, it's a perfect time to be like, hey, let me put up a clip reel and go use the restroom. But yeah, no, it's a thing where there's no correct, no good strategy. Just, it is what it is. But yeah, it is those things that like, you kind of accept most of the people are hanging around are probably subbed and or have turbo. And I understand a lot of people, they can't afford it. This isn't me being like, oh, hey, you can't afford it? Well, that's just too bad. Or anything like that. There's just this balance that in a lot of ways, if I pause for every one of them, like every ad break, that in itself negatively can affect the channel too. And there isn't a correct answer for any of those things, and that's that's a challenge that creators deal with. Is like, okay, well, I can upset this group of people or that group of people, but I can't make it a win for everybody. So yeah, like I said, I try to hit it halfway in the sense that, you're poor, so you went to. Oh no, don't apologize. Like, I understand not everyone can afford to like sub to a bunch of people. Well, thanks for all the clothing. You can't just afford to like sub to all their favorite channels and all that. That money does add up, and a lot of people, like, even like if you're a broke college student or whatever, even turbo is a hard sell. Like, this isn't me going and calling people cheap or anything like that. Like, I fully understand being in that boat where you can't, but it's kind of a difficulty that even though I understand and respect that situation, I also have to make sure I'm not upsetting the rest of my audience by having these constant pauses when they've paid money to not have those interruptions anymore. And it's just, there's just no winning. That's basically the point. Is there's no winning, no matter what. It's kind of a like there's a negative someone's getting hit. Yeah, you watch Twitch a lot, and I mean, a lot of channels. Yeah, no, it's the same thing. Like, I sub to a couple channels. I'd love to support every creator and all that kind of stuff. And it was just kind of one of those things that's like, you know, content creation doesn't make a whole lot of money. So it was one of those things. I'm like, okay, here's the handful of people like I really want to make sure I'm supporting. I would love to support even more of them, but there is that line in the sand of being like, there's a point where I can't support everybody. As long as there's some sort of balance, it's cool with me. Yeah, you just do the best you can. You had to sub from so many channels you were sub to. Some big expensive broke your wallet. Yeah, no, I know how that goes. All right, I'm gonna finish my food. So we got Plague kicked off. I want Grand to do it. They're my best doctor. So go tend to them immediately. And then preach health them immediately. So hopefully we can get ahead of that as best we can. Yeah, and that's doing our best. Alright, so Pronger needs to go to sleep. So you'll start your death rest now. Please stop insulting them. Cool. So I'm hoping that the iguana will attack Grand, and Grand will defend themselves. All right. So that might actually work out. That'll slow Grand down. They might actually get downed. Yeah, so you're getting insulted a lot. Same with Calaria. Yeah, so everyone's getting mood breaks. The big concern is I really don't want them to social fight. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Yeah, that'll work. Because now Grand doesn't have anyone to insult. So hopefully Grand here will stop insulting spree. Usually after after everyone goes to sleep, the insulting spree person will usually go back to just not worrying about it. Heatwave doesn't help me. Heatwave's a bad time right now. I need you to get over your insulting spree and patch yourself up. Man, you managed to stay insulting spree the entire night while bleeding everywhere. Alright, so we need to get that sword hauled to not laying out in this door, blocking the door opener, I think. Grand is injured? Yep. I'm aware. Grand got themselves cut up by an iguana because they were busy insulting everyone. Okay, where did your sword go? Go grab your sword. Go trade with this person. That's fine. Alright, so your mask is worn out. Get rid of that. It'd be lovely to get you some better weapons and all that. But I think we're going to just deal with what we got. Oh, weren't you dealing with plague? Okay, well the good news is you've got a very strong lead. I totally forgot you even were downed by plague. But the good news is you're going to be fine. You got a huge lead on it. That's so good. You're death rested for 3 more days. Automatically wake up when you're done. And you're still going to be upset about the breakup. And the heat and sharing the bed and all that stuff. We'll get there. What I need just a straight up raid. Is what I need. I need a straight up, normal, boring raid that we can kill some people. Which is a weird thing to ask for. And you're disassembling all the junk around the map still. We've apparently done enough steel. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so we need a little bit more steel. That's fine. We are starting to get our lights online. Hey, look. That boring raid I asked for. Okay, so we got 3 people with that. You're genuinely kind of dangerous. Sorry, 4 people. Honestly, I'd take most of these people for some purpose or another. You still got 2.6 days, so the downside is it is going to be basically 3 on 4. And Kalaria here is ready to break at a moment's notice because of all the insulting spree. We're going to let that last for just a minute here. Now, probably need to knock down 3 of them to get them to retreat. Okay, team. You're just going to have to do the best you can. I think they had, what, 3 ranged? They got 3 range. The big thing is crocodile here is actually kind of scary. Crocodile there is going to do some serious damage. Let's try to force them to come into our base. Because that'll likely give me the best advantage I can. Oh, good. I don't know where you're going, but I'm glad you're sticking out of this for a little bit. Hey, Warren, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Where are you going? Oh, good. You're just going to feed yourself into my sanguine. But how was your stream? Hope you had yourself a good stream. Excuse me? Don't ignore me. That's not how this is supposed to go. I need you to all stay grouped up. Oh, that is not what you want. I need you to go over there. Get away from Crocodile. Crocodile was the one we recognized as actually kind of threat. Okay, good. You put that fire out because that's gonna... Well, don't do that. You're under attack right now. Stream was good. Lots of death, and it was great. Gotcha. For those who don't know Warren, did we already get the shout out? Yeah. For those who don't know Warren, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone who I highly, highly recommend. Plays like a lot of RimWorld. Has played Project Zomboid, a bunch of other games. Good times over there. We are doing an unusual run for me. Generally speaking, I don't tend to do runs where like I do all sorts of awful, evil things. But, you know, we did have for the subathon, if we raised enough, I would do the stuff like that kind of run. I don't want you to leave. Oh, come on. That's right there. It's fine. Look, I'm wasting hemogen on you. It's fine. Go about your business. Hey, you. I happen to need your blood. Maybe even recruit you. Nope, you're already halfway to what I need. So we can go over here. We can probably patch you up really fast so you don't die. We're just trying to get him to make you join his naked cult. He's really convincing, to be honest. But we always die quickly. That's the fun part. Gotcha. Yeah, no, we're doing an evil run. Normally, I don't do much in the way of that kind of stuff. We just had an insulting spree, which is why everyone's pissed off. Normally, I don't do a whole lot of, like, really evil run kind of stuff. But in this particular case, we are. So I'm going to tend to you real fast. Before you die here. Because I am in need of some blood bags. But yeah, and that's just one of those things, like, I find doing, like, the really evil, awful things make the game quite a bit easier. So I've grown over the years. Like, I used to play lots of... Alright, that's fine. Melee attack them. Don't make me send someone else in here. Are you actually dangerous? You're a little... Okay. Cool. So with that, you're not going to die anytime soon. So we're going to capture you. We're going to patch you up. And we're going to maybe see if that other leg might pop off. Alright, Ward, you take it easy. Thank you again for that raid. You sleep well. But yeah, so we are doing a far more violent and evil run than I normally do. Like, cannibalism is happening. Are you targeting that table specifically? I missed that prompt. Yes. Yes, you are. Hey. Arrest them real fast and let them out. Capture them. Release them. And that's because, like I said, we had an insulting spree. And it was my main Sanguophage is the one insulting. And we were not going to be successfully managing to arrest them. So I was like, all right, I guess we just ride this out. I'm just going to patch Mantis up so they don't die right away. That's all we need. No more treatment is required. Okay. So you go grab your gun again. And did that mess with any of our settings? Nope. Alright, so we're just doing our best. Taking who we can. You have bruises, that's fine. But yeah, so one thing is we are slowly running out of hemogen, which is why I'm like, I do want a second person. The fact that their left leg happened just kind of fall off in their last fight, that works out. Because there's a good chance we will make sure that the right leg falls off too. Catatonic. Not a fan. At least other people, I think Earth was one we could handle. They're our growers, so I can manage to not have them for a while before we start feeling any kind of pain. Nobody wants to work anymore. Yeah, we just don't have the base set up well. I do play a ton of RimWorld, but I don't really do a lot of min-maxy strategies like I used to. I used to do like 500% naked brutality kind of stuff on my own time before streaming. Like, no judgment in any of that. But these days, I felt like I was very pigeonholed when... Oh, right, we're in a heat wave. They're probably going to die in here. That is unfortunate. I don't really have more to add to that. So, your torso is only mostly messed up. Oh, your shoulder's no good? Well, someone can badly practice medicine just trying to lob off that... I don't care about construction. Lob off that, infection. Because I really want to get rid of the other leg. That way we can hemogen farm you. These are not good conditions for surgery, so we'll probably fail it. Task failed successfully. We failed it, but the arm did come off, so, you know, that's good enough. Meanwhile, we're going to go ahead and put you back on cooking. So that way we can quickly butcher these before they go bad. At the moment, we're just playing catch-up with all our prisoners. You always fail successfully. Yep. Alright, so I want you to butcher real fast. Because those are still materials we can use. Where normally I don't do cannibalism, we are doing that. They had way too many limits anyways. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm trying to blood bag them where we just knock off their legs. Because we knock off their legs, then I don't gotta worry about them trying to prison break later. I've always found with Sanguophage, it's just what you do to avoid it being annoying. Because if you don't do it, they just end up constantly trying to break out. Not constantly, but it's just a regular problem. And considering how long you gotta keep them here, that's the whole thing. And even if you win and handle that. Sadistic Rage. You are going to beat up one of the prisoners. Okay. I mean, if you want to hit that leg again, yeah, Claria, that leg, go for it. I feel like you should really give that guy a slap in the leg again. Really, really lay into that leg. That was your sadistic rage. Just goes tap. Okay. Did like, I mean, it was actually 6. No, I'm sorry, it was 1 damage. Basically, Kalariostar walked up, kicked Mantis in the shin, and then walked away. Which, you know what? That's probably fair. Pansy Pants Limhaver. Yup. Alright, so Protoger will get off their death rest not too long. Having 2 people down out of 4 is not great. You provide them room rent-free for life, and they try and run away. I know. So ungrateful. But yeah, no, I usually like to do challenge runs in RimWorld. Usually most of my challenge runs are more thematic than, like, again, the 5% negative brutality. So, like, I have one I do where I max out the pollution. I'm not allowed to, like, ship the pollution off the map. I just have to deal with it on the map with people who aren't immune or resistant to it or anything. We've done challenge runs. Like, we've done, like, the all-ending challenge run. We've worked on that a couple of good times. Or, like, other thematic stuff. I like doing that kind of stuff versus just raw, we're gonna throw a lot of people. Make the game full difficulty. Just because I found for myself personally, when I did the really, really high difficulty runs, all my bases end up looking kind of the same. Because it forces you to play the game in more meta ways. So, I'm happy for all the people who do play it on, like, the really sweaty stuff where you have to, like, really min-max and show people, like, the best ways to play. I think it's good that we have that. Okay, so you're already back up. That was good. I was worried you're going to be catatonic much longer than that. And the heat wave's done, so stop fueling that. Your gun is in here. Well, your nerve spiker. Yeah, so we are on, I believe, Strive to Survive. Which is a decent one. Yeah, so on that mods list, Rocket Man and more vanilla biomes is not currently loaded. The others are all correct. Your spirit's broken. What was that prompt? Oh, it's just you had the break where you just lose that. I was like, what? Yeah, no, exactly. But, like, we still try and go for wins and all that from time to time. We did pretty good on our last all endings run. We got the anomaly done, we got the ship launched. But the ship to the stars I failed. I basically sent the wrong people, which just mean everything went slower than it needed to. And then the one was a Yetkin, so they healed much slower, so they just got wore down. Like, that one got us. Like, that run, we didn't even, like, die or anything. The colony's still alive. It's just, for an all-endings run, once you fail one of the endings and you can't do that ending again, kind of means you can't do that run again. Alright, so let's get these lights on. So we're not staring in the dark room. We'll need to get floors down eventually to not deal with all the penalties. I shouldn't really be wasting my time taking apart all the ruins. Alright, made progress studying the monolith. This structure connects the normal space to the void, a dimension hidden behind the substructure of space-time. Some powerful mind in the void, leaking influence into our reality. Prodiger wants to study the monolith further to learn more. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Cool. Which, for the record, like, actually, royalty I tend to pick on. But I like all the DLC that the game's come out with over the years. Generally speaking, while I will fully acknowledge it doesn't have nearly as much replay value as Ideology or Biotech, I actually like the Anomaly DLC the most. And the reason I justify that is when you're dealing with, like, Ideology or Biotech or the base game or royalty, for the most part, the encounters fall under 3 different flavors. You have straight up raid, where they, walk at your place. You can feed them into whatever your defensive line is, and see how it comes on top. And there's nuance between like, yeah, there's mechs that are better at this, yeah, there's Neanderthals that are better at that, Impids, you gotta worry about fire. But ultimately, the attack style is, they walk into your defensive line and you fight them. Then you got siege raids, which they stay out there and they throw crap at you, and you got to go out there and deal with them or blast them into oblivion with mortars or whatever. And then you've got breach raids, which they just hit your wall and break in. And for the most part, in every single one of the DLC, until Anomaly, that's been true. That's kind of the 3 formats of all encounters. With a little bit of a nuanced difference with like the Mechanator, where you kind of summon in a mini boss, but that's kind of just a breach raid. It's just a breach raid with one big juicy thick boy. But with Anomaly, we got like entirely new and unique encounters where you play like a cat and mouse game with the Revenant. You have like the ritual thing where it's just all around you. You got the people there, so you guys kind of gonna run around, and you have the choice if you can just start slamming them down as fast as possible, then try and retreat in time before you get overrun with melee, or deliberately do a little bit of damage to a whole lot of them, then, you know, try and get off to the side where you can get like 1 or 2 of them downed before they do their stuff. You've got where you have to like go into the pit and do the maze, looking for the one nasty thing. So it's one of those things, like I do know, I would definitely agree, it's probably the one DLC that has most mixed response, that I know a lot of people, it's kind of a love or hate thing. But for me, I very much like it, just because it's the first time that you kind of built your bases the same way, and each DLC came out like, well, I just build my base the same way, like none of that broke. You know, there's been updates Titan's put out where it's like, all right, by the way, now if you fully enclose your base, I'm just gonna make people who just go through and kick your wall in. It's like, oh, that's fair, Titan. That's fair. You know, or making more like where they made the Impens basically immune to fire for the most part, so doing your burn box is nowhere near as strong, and you know, some of the cheesing of the mechs got kind of nerfed. Some of the more abusive kill boxes that would break enemy pathing, so they just stand there and let you wail on them. Like, you know, that got broke over the years. I won't deny that claim. But I do like that, you know, with a Revenant early game, you're like, what is the thing I could do to have the most time on target for damage? Hey, you're ready to get back up? Hey, you know what? That right leg. Look, I know that right leg really worries me. I do feel like you really don't want to have that right leg. Let's go ahead. Let's get rid of that right leg. It's just, you know, I feel like that right leg is a problem. Walls make the pigmen hungry. Yeah. Okay. I need to not have these two in length. I'm trying to arrest you. There you go. Get back in your cell. Yeah, I need to not do this. So what's happening is we're in an endless cycle because I did make this in a bad way. Okay, stop there. Don't leave it in the door. Haul that wood closer so that you can immediately do the surgery. This is the first, like, I don't usually do the blood bag thing, so I made the mistake of making their. Why are you escaping? Oh, it switched to us trying to do the surgery. That's fine. You just keep doing your little loop. We'll have Grand get right over here and drop the wood. There we go. Yeah, so I mentioned earlier, basically I need like a processing room if we're going to have these so small. Don't fail it. You're going to fail it. Hey, but you failed it with the leg popping off, and that is once again task failed successfully. Welcome to Team Permanent Blood Bag. What are you complaining about? Oh yeah, you're still upset that these two were engaged and then they broke up, and I've told them to stay in the bedroom anyways because I don't feel like making another bedroom right now. So they're shacking up despite the breakup. I'm sure it's good for them. Distress signal. So distress signal can actually be really good for us. If it wasn't for the fact that I have a Sanguophage who's right about to go complete murder storm, definitely would consider it. Honestly, I'm gonna probably have you go back to death rest. Hey, go back to sleep. We're just trying to death rest our way all the way through the breakup. Because we can have it go the other way around where I can get this person over it. But I would have to like get rid of their rank, give it to someone else, and yeah. I just don't feel like it. I don't want to deal with it. We're just gonna make him sleep it off. All right. Breakups are hard, even for vampires, like on Buffy. Yeah. But I mean, if I want to show a lot of things age-wise, but Angel being in a happy and healthy relationship where they truly were happy was actually worse than the breakup. Because he was cursed, or I don't remember what it was. He was like cursed or something, where if he was ever truly happy, he would lose his soul or some nonsense. Buffy was a weird show. It had a lot of fun to it, but it was a weird show. It was definitely also one of those shows that every season just kind of was like, all right, well, you took that a bit farther. Yep, you took that a bit farther. Okay, that's getting pretty weird out there. I think the thing for me that made it like I can't watch this anymore was it was pretty late and I'd already kind of gotten tired of a lot of stuff in the series. But they had an entire demon that, like, if I remember correctly, it was basically feeding off the lusts of the main characters. So it was an excuse for them to basically allude to these characters having like perpetual sex. And all of that. And it was just like, oh my god, please. Like it always had like a little bit of like a risque thing going on here and there, or like implying things, you know, a little bit of that, but it was just like that was the one where like, all right, hang on, this is just too much. Or campy, that's the word. It was always a little campy. What's wrong with Horror Deans? It's canon? Oh, it's not that it's canon. It was always like a little campy. But that was where I'm like, all right, hang on. There's a limit on how campy we can take this before it just starts to get weird. And it definitely got campier and campier as time went on. That's not true. Xander almost got eaten by a praying mantis he was going to sleep with early in the series. I think that was even like season 1. I vaguely, like, I don't remember like the entire middle or even the end. I just remember like a little chunk of the beginning, a couple little snippets along the way, and then the rest is just a blur because it's been a long time. And I also think I've repressed the memories of a lot of it because it's like, you know what? I had fun with this at one point. But there was definitely a point where it's like, all right, this is just getting way too far. Not like it shouldn't be aired or something way too far, like, oh, like it's a moral problem. It was just one of those things as like an eye roll kind of thing. Alright, so we're basically out of stone until Grand is able to get back to crafting. The problem is, Grand here, that minus 15 is causing us grief. And because I slacked on getting decent bedrooms and common room and everything situated, we don't have the mood bonuses for that, which doesn't give me a good way to counteract that minus 15. the best I could do is steal his rank, let the person recover the thing, and then try and console him. And I just don't feel like doing the juggle on the thing. Xander's a normal dude trying to... No, that's actually the funny thing. When you look at that series and all like the stuff they go in there, most of the characters don't even act remotely like someone in their age group would. And then a lot of times Xander's like, no, that checks out. That is normal behavior. Is a lot of it dumb? Yes. Yes, it is. He is a teen to early 20s dude. Like, supposedly in late high school, early college. Doing dumb stuff is a normal behavior for someone like that. So the good news is you'll be regrowing those genes soon. I do want to lean very heavily on having an unreasonable number of Sanguophages, which I know is a bad idea, because of fire. That, like, any fire will happen, and all hell will break loose, because fire. Sanguophage is really not a fan. Bro 16 is supposed to have the wisdom and maturity of 50-year-old. Oh, yeah. Like how Allison Hammering aged, played a witch in the show. We've seen her, she hasn't aged a day. Oh, yeah, and I haven't kept up with all of them. I'm actually pretty bad about, like, keeping track of anything. Okay, Fast Walker. Lazy sucks. But Fast Walker could be good for a hauler. If nothing else, this person could be a potential blood bag. So you're not going to be able to wait. You're going to have to just run over there and just start tending. This person has 4 hours. So you just got to go over there and just slap some duct tape over those wounds and hope for the best. Stone walls. Oh yeah, there's a reason why I'm making almost all my exterior everything not, I don't think I want to capture them yet. We'll see how it turns out. They might get captured here in a moment, but we'll rescue them for now, and we'll see how this plays out. Because Fast Walker's not bad. They don't have any passions, which kind of sucks. Especially since Kalaria Star was a child who showed up here. And she's definitely leaning towards this is probably going to be a hauler cleaning person because the lack of passions. But we might get lucky still. They've got one more age up to go. And you never know when that one age up will be something like researcher or whatever. She was also a Penn and Teller. Fool us? Gotcha. You're not bad at keeping track of people from a show 15 years ago? That's perfectly normal. Oh, no, I mean, like, just in general. Like, just in general. People be like, hey, do you remember that person who was in this? Like, I don't know who the heck that was. Like, you just watched, like, 3 shows starring. That was like, oh. What was the person's name? Who are they again? Like, the list of, like, actors and musicians whose name do stick in my head is a very short list. So, what I'm trying to assess right now is we currently have decent standings with that. I mean, we actually have pretty bad standings with that. But they're the ones that keep delivering us weapons. So I kind of want to keep them on our side. The pigmen, I'm down to eat some pigmen. The Gentle Tribe, let's eat some Gentle Tribe. The Fierce Neanderthals, bring it. These ones we can't befriend. I actually do kind of want to side with the Empire because that feels truly evil. Because the Empire's awful. You're a face person, names with me. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. Like, oh yeah, I've seen that guy. He was in this thing. But yeah, I know it's always been tough. Like when people are like, oh yeah, do you remember this actor? It's like, phew. I don't know who you're talking about. I don't think we forcefully bring this person. I do want to still have access to guns. If they were an amazing pawn, yeah, they would be staying here. I also don't think I really need to hack their legs off for all that. You know, to keep other stuff going. You're waking up anytime now. So you're just trying to ride out that mood penalty. Breakup was hard, man. Even if you piss them off, they'll still be bringing guns. You're not wrong. I am on the fence, regardless of if I decide to blood bag them. I do need them to not have a destroyed torso before I try that. Okay, so we've got an impid who's slothful, which is awful. Can I just arrest you straight up? Would I have 50% chance? Let's not do that right now. Let's wait till we have more, because it is an impid, so there is always a chance I run up, they fail the arrest, and then they breathe fire on my my Sanguophage, who then runs around in a circle and just gets beaten up on for a while. Versus if I bring a couple of people, we can just either A, we successfully arrest them and we blood bag them, or B, we attempt to arrest them and things go south, and then we murder the living crap out of them with a chain shotgun and some swords and all that. You're getting really upsetty spaghetti. Hey, would a little murder make you feel better? I feel like you could use a little murder. It won't actually make them feel better. I already know that answer. Where are you going? What do you know? Don't you dare go into my place and eat my food. You're going to use my tables as well? Well, I'm not going to fight him right there because he's going to set fire. Oh, I mean, he's just going to hang on there, isn't he? Okay. So here's the plan. Get in here. You two cover the door for a moment. Arrest this person. They fell down. I don't understand. I think they just fell down. I'm pretty sure they fell down. And ignore the text on there. We definitely did not hack their torso in half. It's lies, it's slander. And I find the insinuation that we just straight up murdered them. I think that is inappropriate that you would say such things. Who's the real villain here? The good news is that means we get to have a snack. What are you upset about? Oh, the interesting thing, this person isn't minding sharing the bedroom. That one is. Gave up braid. So if you gave up, does that mean you're no longer a member of your other group? How does that work? No, it still says you're part of your group. I still have not made a command for that. Yeah, no, I need to make one. Yeah, so we are doing a subathon. Basically, tier 1 sub adds 10 minutes, tier 2 sub adds 20 minutes, tier 3 sub adds 60 minutes. Anything that isn't a sub that adds, has some monetary value to it, it's $1 equals 3 minutes get added to the clock. We have had a couple of milestones. Most of those are getting sorted out already. Where the first milestone was to do this run where we're being evil in RimWorld. The second milestone to be playing Split Fiction. Split Fiction with my wife and all that kind of good stuff. And then third milestone is for me to dye my hair whatever color chat chooses. Last time we did that, chat made it purple, and I actually really liked it. Yeah, no, I saw the ad happened. It's a bummer. Some bows that suck. Yeah, no, that's... I know how that is. It is what it is. I saw the timer. I was like, I'm just gonna keep going with it. That's fine. Well, this is convenient. Hey, everyone, just don't worry about what's going on down there. You all duck inside. Because maybe if we're lucky, an accident might happen. Hey Reed, you feeling sleepy? You feeling a little blood coming out of you? It'd be an awful shame if
Thank you,
you
an anonymous gifter, for gifting a sub to Avril 192.
And thank you, anonymous gifter, for giving a tier 1 sub to Avril. I really do appreciate that. And trigger happy slow learner who is tough. All right. Who is also about to turn 80. But thank you so much for that. I do appreciate the support, and I hope you enjoy your advertising-free viewing. But yeah, no, all I was basically doing is just walking through like the amount of time. Sorry, the amount of time. That's not the word I'm looking for. Like how much time each thing gets. Basically, 10 minutes for tier 1 sub and prime. Tier 2 is 20 minutes. Tier 3 is 60 minutes. And anything that has like a dollar value, like bits, Ko-Fi, Patreon, it's $1 is 3 minutes added to the timer. Now, the way I do this is I'm not going to sit here and do like a 38-hour stream. I'll go to 4 a.m. my time, which is a couple more hours. About an hour and 40 minutes. But then what ends up happening is the next stream I start very early. I normally do 9-hour streams. We've been doing like 13+ hour streams since the subathon started. And I won't be taking a day off until the subathon's done. This timer does pause anytime I'm not streaming. So it's not... Basically, I see it as kind of not fair that people can throw money at a channel and there's like, okay, and they put up the message just sleeping or whatever. It doesn't feel like you get your money's worth out of that. It's also really not good or sustainable to go all night kind of thing as a regular thing. You need to be eaten soon. So you're hauling potatoes. You tend to them. Okay, so your spine is cracked. Let's go ahead and try and remove that right leg real fast. It's in real sad shape. There's a good chance even if we fail, it'll pop off. Prisoner. Convert while we're in there. We managed to cut them up without actually with like, you know what, let's just do it again. Because that right leg is right about to pop off. Okay. We'll have to stop there because that torso's right about done. Okay, so you're converted. So at this point, prisoner, we maintain only. Okay, so I need you to not be starving. Yeah, any Sanguophage you have, say goodbye to your tongue. You lose...
Sanguophage in a social fight is devastating, mainly because they casually rip off limbs. Yeah. Yeah. I've had real bad luck with that. That's the thing that's got me worried is right now the person is super pissed off because of the breakup is the Sanguophage. It is one of those things. I haven't messed around with taking. So I've done lots of biotech with baseliners, but I haven't messed much with applying them to an existing person because it does make me wonder if I applied a different thing on here because there's the xenogerm line and the xenogenes, and the xenogerms can override xenogenes. And so it makes me wonder if I could override aggressive and get kind in here, but I don't see how you do that without. This is 57 complexity. I don't see how you manage that where there's not serious ramifications. That's when I would want to experiment on someone I don't care about. Because it'd make me curious if I could get kind and dead calm into him. But I'd have to take negatives, which is a bit tricky. I mean, actually the negatives wouldn't be that hard. Because we could go in there and we could add like bad at mining and whatever and try and just get kind of dead calm just so they can't go insulting spree and all that. And I say you do it again. I'm taking my chances since this one's much older. There's a good chance they're going to die whether or not I manage to make any of that work. So while they're still basically unable to walk, I just want to keep going for it. Venerated Relic. That's okay. We'll keep just hitting the torso again and again and again. That's all we'll do is we'll keep waiting till the sedation about wears out, and if they make it, great. If not, well, we'll get a bunch of medical practice in the meantime. That's probably fine. All right. But do you always go out of your way to piss off the tribals so you get squishier raids? Yeah, I mean that's genuinely a thing worth doing. Is going out of way to become buddies with the more dangerous factions you can. And then leaving like just the straight up tribals being like, yeah, we're not going to be friends. One, I can't call for you for reinforcements if I so choose. Two, you're nowhere near as dangerous. So I'd rather you be on those dice rolls. Versus like the pigmen, it's good to get on your friends because they like to go very grenade heavy and triple rocket launcher heavy and all that for your walls. So being able to remove them as a threat is a really, really solid option. Alright, so getting all that stuff built, that's good. Food's fine. We could probably actually have them cook more. We are still slowly getting more of the furniture built, because I am having to cut all that stone. And we only have effectively 3 adults, and half the time, one of them is just not available. So your mood is managing to hold while you're at night. I am finding a night owl sanguophage doesn't work great. Because you end up not staying in bed or whatever.
You always find it a little frustrating that the biotech factions just override ideology factions, and they don't spawn by default. All right, new plan. Operations. Where are we at? Nut size. Because what'll happen there is it'll make them go to sleep. And then while they're sleeping, we can do that. That's all we'll do, is we'll waste a little bit of medicine anesthetizing them every single time I go to do surgery. It's whatever. All right. And part of the reason we're failing is it's a dirty room, it's dark, all that kind of stuff. Are you gonna just leave him bleeding? I'm down to be a little bit of a menace, but that's just mean. We just keep cutting up their foot, but not... Like, the problem is we're hurting their torso real bad. We're not failing, we're just farming XP. That's part of the reason I don't mind. I'm sitting on a giant mountain of medicine, because I already figured we're going to need a giant mountain of medicine just for all the hemoglobin we're going to be farming. So, that's fine. Four more days, and then we don't have to worry about you being nearly as much of a liability. Well, hell, you have so much. Well, yeah, because I made that whole thing, but like I said, I'm expecting this to be one of those things that... Okay, so add... You can get up again, so add aesthetic. Try to remove that leg. Every time you can get back up, we're going to make sure you get back down, okay, buddy? That's just the way this is going to go. Once you stop getting back up, you don't have to worry about us doing all sorts of awful surgeries to you. There you go. I was like, why aren't you doing it? But hey, we're slowly getting that medical level. Very slowly. It doesn't help that I don't have a single person in this place with a passion for medicine. Task failed successfully yet again. Love to see it. Nearly killed them, but that's okay. The leg did pop off, and that's all we really care about. Get back up, then get down again. Yep. Don't imagine this is the context they were thinking, though. Just slowly tanking our reputation by just bleeding them again and again. Look, man. Vampires need vampire snacks. Sometimes vampires got the munchies. Not another insulting spree. Please, leave the child alone. We'll wait to see if this breaks. I'm a little worried that there's going to be a social fight between Grand and someone else while this is all going down. And then that'll be it. Come on. Stop insulting Spring. You're ravenously hungry. Go eat something. That breakup between Grand and Proger has really hurt us pretty bad. because it's led to like 3 different insulting sprees by Grand. You're ravenously hungry. Stop insulting people and go eat. Poor Kalari has been insulted 10 times. Okay, so Grand is no longer insulting anyone. Berserk on Reese. Don't do it, man. You're not a good fighter, right? Okay. I'm trying to not kill you. Go down easy, okay? Don't. You gotta go down, man. Okay. Good timing. And, ooh, you actually took some nasty head hits. That was a little dangerous. It was one of those things that if Grand got over there and you're still fighting, Grand's a set to attack. Grand would have caused trouble, and I could have intercepted, but I'm not going to. Also, thank you for not actually hitting the torso with any of those hits. We can let that recover. That's fine. So when Kalaria wakes up, we're going to go ahead and try to do the console. I don't think it's going to do that much for this, but it is what it is. The song is Tub Thumpin'. It has a funny story as to why they made it. Probably. I could see it being one of those things. Alright, so Kalaria's back awake. So what we're going to go quickly do is you are going to try and console Kalaria. The odds are not good, so you're probably going to make it worse, but I'm going to do it anyways for the social points. Hey, you did actually counter one of them for 3 days. It's weird that it's 3 days. The point is I countered one of the insults, so the insults stick for like 2 days. They're pretty rough. But that still gives a bit of a buffer. How's that torso doing? We ready? No, that's not doing good. That's what it is. I was looking to see if the torso was doing better so we could try hacking the other leg off. So we get ourselves another blood bag. Because we're only barely getting more hemogen than we're using right now. And we do plan to escalate this place. I need lots of spare hemogen. We're getting lots of marble chunk. What would be the next furniture we'd want? Oh, probably some shelves up here. Start with those. Because we are going to slowly get there. I want to make the floors out of marble as well, but we realistically are going to need the drills to get that all going. And this is going to be our kitchen and freezer. We're just not finding any more granite to cut yet. It's all out here. It's just unfortunately Grant is the one who's responsible for it, and they've been dealing with a lot right now. Alright. They're a very political band and pulled no punches. Due to that, they couldn't get on the radio and grow a fan base. So they made a brainless, catchy song that they could put on the air. Ah, I see. I'm familiar with bands of that type. Masterwork face mask. Cool. Alright, so if we look at you, we don't get any bonuses from this room. This is probably going to be a bad idea. We're going to get our first floors down. So we're just going to go ahead and put down regular old flooring here. Not anything fancy. Just marble flooring. But it's going to be a lot of marble flooring, because that would give us an impressive rec room potentially. And if we can get ourselves up to like an impressive rec room, that should give us a lot of bonuses. It'll also make it so we don't have to take the movement speed penalty for walking through the sand, which would be another bonus. Yeah, so you're actually managing to get some mining done, which is nice. That's all good there. Monolith study complete. Proner has completed his study of the monolith. The structure is the conduit that links to the void, a reality hidden underneath every point of space-time. The void is inhabited by a vast machine intelligence of terrifying complexity that surges with nightmarish, inhuman rage. Its influence creates horrors in our world. Awakening the monolith will fully open the conduit. With the channel open, Predator believes he could reach through the link and permanently close the conduit or find a way to harness its dark power. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Cool. How is that going? You're still working on the electro harvester. That's fine. We just finished void provocation and bioferrite extraction, which we got from a book. So with that, we're going to go to our assignments, reading, and we are going to say anything. Tomes are not allowed anymore. And everyone carries just a little bit of medicine with them. Yeah, so Gloria Star is trying to clean up these rooms. We are starting to see better room. Oh, ancient mech. I'm not gonna worry about that. I mean, the ancient mech would be nice, just to have like a couple of mechs running around sweeping and hauling. Those can be very useful. I usually don't bother going into the full mechanator thing. I find a lot of the later mechs I don't really care for as much. Is your torso looking pretty good? I mean, your torso's looking a little bit better. It's still a little risky to do a surgery on you. But it does feel like you really do want a left leg to be a peg leg here. I might be reading into something that's not there, but I really feel like you want that peg leg. I don't learn my lessons. Use anesthetic on you. It's fine, don't worry about it. I'm just giving your body a little bit more time to heal, as we then horrifically fail our surgery. Because they're doing surgery in the dark, in a tiny room, in the dirt. Okay, well, we at least got a good stabbing on the leg. We didn't get it off, but we did properly stab that leg pretty good. We'll get there. I've got 300 medicine. We can keep trying. Okay. So. What threat is chasing you that it's 3 stars of extreme difficulty? No. No. If I knew what you had to offer me and you're like, yo, I'm a genie who is industrious and very neurotic and steadfast. And you're like, but there's some scary mechs chasing me. I'm like, hey, those mechs would be a bad time for me, but you at least have the right price for what you're offering. But a scratch-off ticket for a major effort, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah. Oh, this isn't even that bad. Like, I'm doing nothing compared to what a lot of people do. There are people who would just literally go through here and they would organ harvest every one of them, which, fair enough. But for me with this, I am trying, like, we were joking at the beginning that I'm not chaotic evil, I'm not lawful evil. I'm pragmatic evil. I'm willing to do the awful stuff, but, like, I want to get something out of it. We're not just evil for the sake of evil. There's a pragmatism here. We'll leave that alone. Just gotta let that torso heal up again. Alright, we got all our lights on. Actually, man, I don't have a light in here. We should have lights in here. Looks like I might need to make that wire just a smidge longer. Oh, you know, it's just a commit and also the contrast to the usual role to me. Yep. Sounds more like corporate evil. No, corporate evil's lawful evil. That's not true. I can't actually back that up. Corporate evil's just honestly being just evil sometimes. Like, sometimes, like, why are you doing this? Because. But, like, it's bad for your business. Right. But, you know, we're gonna do it anyways. Okay. So your torso's doing better than your leg. I'm willing to take a shot at seeing if we can't get that leg to pop off. So, again, anesthetic. Peg leg left. Doing a corporate evil run is actually kind of fun. Value-driven evil. That is a wonderfully cursed sentence. Oh, were you delivering me more people? You actually are pretty... Okay, yeah, we'll go ahead and take that. So, alright. We have two doctors. Patch you up real fast. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong person. I mean, still success. Hey, you know what? I changed my mind. You're right. The peg leg, not... I thought it was the right move. I don't think it is anymore. I feel like I was mistaken, that maybe the peg leg was not really what you needed. Your manager didn't want to say you're lazy because you're not. You just really want to help people that didn't want to try. So you came up with the selectively productive. Hey, good. Our next blood bag is properly recruited, and with that, Hemogym Farm. Prisoner. Keep working on converting them. And... Hey, Fark. Buddy Palbrowski. Have you ever wanted to contribute to something larger than you? Did you ever want to create some value for just a little while? We can actualize this dream. I'm also realizing I didn't put the floor under the door, so it's going to look weird. Alright, so slowly getting that room to not be terrible. Thanks, now back to generating value for our shareholders. Have a very value-driven day. Yep. For a brief moment, we can create an incredible amount of value for our shareholders. Alright, so we got the spaceship hack. So, what I'm considering here... Oh, Mechanoids from the Mech Hive. That's... I was really excited. Because I was like, what we could do with this is, if we get one of our neighboring raids, like especially like the tribal raid to approach, I could draw the ship in and just use it as an ongoing supply of food. Just like once a day we get a one-person raid, we murder the crap out of them. And some of them become blood bags, some of them become food, some of them become members of our colony. Realistically, we'll end up just having the drone explode after a while, but you know. Okay, so one thing we need to start doing is I'm going to take down all but the front wall there. Because as I mentioned before, we're going to be making this into our freezer, our kitchen, and then just like a butcher room. And it's going to take a little bit of work because I don't want to just collapse the ceiling on them. Alright, maybe I was off by one tile on how much you could move. It's fine. No one got hurt, and that's what matters. The only one who got hurt was the wood, and the wood does not care. When you did your corp run, you had rituals like Trade Festival as Networking Retreat, and the Animal Sacrifices Pizza Party. Yep. I see you're having a Rama evil mood. Yeah, no, it's for the subathon. The first milestone goal we had was that I would do an evil run. And I was gonna do it after the subathon, but I was like, you know what? We finished 2-point museums, like main everything. We did Prison Architect the other day with an endless intake run, which again I ended up really disappointed. They basically killed all the difficulty in Prison Architect. They made it nearly impossible to lose now, which is pretty sad. Like, I had to go really, really hard out of my way to lose. And I was pretty upsetty spaghetti about that yesterday. But, so I didn't want to do that another day. So we had RimWorld, Oxygen Not Included, Planet Coaster 2, because they've had a bunch of updates to that since I last played, and then City Skylines 2 were the options. Because that's also had a ton of updates since I last played, and I hear it's actually in a pretty good spot now. Yeah, you're, oh, right, you heal slowly. Well, I don't feel like waiting that badly, so let's just go ahead and anesthetize you and see if that left leg could pop off. Sky Lantern was team building. Because honestly, with as long as it's going to take for this person to heal, I'd just like to take my chances. If they die, they become food. Hey, you know what? It worked. 1 health on the torso, but you know what? That leg did come off. And that's all we really wanted. I keep trying to install Peg Leg and keep successfully removing the entire leg, which is what my end game goal with that is. So, you know, cool. Alright. Actually, for that matter, I can go right on down this line as well. Put that there, but those ones, like that one, I gotta wait. Alright. So yeah, so the downside is, like I said, they heal very slowly, the Yetkins. It's one of their, one of the things is slow wound healing. Yeah, I'll get that. Oh, in the meantime, we'll go ahead and start converting you. Alright, so as long as they keep cutting brick from time to time, they'll keep getting this paved. They'll keep working on getting this done. After we get the freezer online, I want to get that perimeter closed off. It should be closed off already, and it's not. That is a lot of fennec foxes for the number of people I have. I don't think that'll be a problem, but it is a lot of fennec foxes for the number of people I have. Okay. Yeah, like with two Sanguophage, honestly would handle that on their own. Oh hey, I don't actually want you to self-tend. Let someone else take care of you. Alright. I forgot that our other run, the all endings run, we managed to get ourselves to be deathless, coagulate, super fast healing together, and it was just silly. Basically, the body wasn't burned or exploded. I didn't have to worry. Okay. So you're gonna need to death rest soon. One thing we probably will need to do is increase the number of meals you can have there. Let that spot do. Yeah, it's fine. We can't do more than that without a problem. Slowly but surely, we're getting that all sorted out. It would be nice to get the automatic doors. I usually will run those there. I don't use the automatic doors in many places in my colonies, but it is just one of those things that the freezer, having your doors that open really fast and all that, I do find one of the few places it's worthwhile for me to do that. Because otherwise what ends up happening is you have to replace their components too much, it just gets to be a little bit of a nuisance. Alright. And how are you doing? Still got a ways to go till you're healed up enough for me to take a chance popping off another limb. Consider, I think we failed I think we succeeded only one time in all our surgeries out here. I'm also thinking we finally hit the point where we are going to be producing enough hemogen that I don't have to worry about that at all. What were your negatives again? So you got aggressive, which is a thing. The fact that you need hemogen is not... Oh, right, fire. Fire's the really bad one. Most of this is not that bad. Like, Death Rest is a little annoying, but, like, the really, really bad one is, like... if fire happens, they just nope the heck out. The only two places where you, for example, do double doors on your bases or freezers, and the entry directly to walls that surround your colonies. Yeah, honestly, these days, most of the time I don't even do the double doors on the outside, because a lot of times I've been putting just one door in now. It used to be you wanted to have a bunch of different doors for kiting, but with Anomaly I found having one way in, one way out quite often made it really easy for me to keep track of like when Sight Stealers are around, or Revenants showed up, or anything like that. It also let me control stuff like the heart and all that. Keep them only having certain places they can make moves on me. That said, there's definitely negatives to that. So like, if I have a mech cluster drop right here, and I had my wall there, and my door's up here, I'd have to walk around and maybe have no cover. Versus if I got a door in this area, maybe I can pop out, shoot this way, or pop over here, get their attention, they start moving, pop out the other way and do the actual attack. You know, stuff like that. Or you do the thing where you fire a bunch of shots, they start moving at you, you run around the corner, fire a bunch of shots, run around the corner. Because there's a lot of enemies you can kite by just having a bit more range than them. Because basically you fire once, and then you start moving immediately. Oh, you're removing the plant to put down the wire. That's weird, because you can have that wire under where the plants are. Whatever. Yeah, so what we want over here is I want the electric stove. You got pigskins attacking immediately. They have one of the incendiary launcher. So they're all range, but not a bunch of them. So one thing I need to start doing is right now, these are all open. They're going to try and make a move on those. So what happens here is they decide something of value that they're going to target. And the big problem is two of those things produce fire. So we run through here. Real quick. It should slam both those doors. So they were targeting something there. It should reset their targeting here. They can hit that. They can try and burn my crops, but it is raining. And if they do that, I'll try and just capitalize and shoot whoever is the one who stays behind. Oh, don't go anywhere. You don't get to leave. Don't pick fights unless you're ready to see them through. Because you're made of that sweet, sweet, sweet food. And our people are hungry. It's basically the whole idea is just to get them in melee as fast as possible since the Sanguophages hold up so well in melee. And you're all upset because you're sharing a bed with somebody you don't want to. Yeah, failed to romance who's slighted. So they are actually getting over their breakup. Hey, Sherry, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. Yep, Evil Run, because normally I play this game super duper nice. And as one of the things for the subathon, we made it so that we would do an Evil Run if enough happened, and that happened immediately. So we are doing an Evil Run. So right now we're a Sanguophage colony. Just ignore all the people locked in there, and don't watch what's about to happen in this other room. You definitely aren't going to see anything questionable going on. Ignore the human leather sofas. It's all... Look, we're creating value. We had people suggesting that we were a value-driven evil. So not chaotic evil, not lawful evil, but value-driven evil. We're currently working on Park here. His right leg just really doesn't want to pop off on us. But yeah, so we're doing a lot of stuff like cannibalism's happening and all that kind of stuff. What are you doing? Ah, you're cooking meals? Well, there's a lot of good meat laying on the ground up there. It's fine. Lawful evil? No, we're definitely not lawful evil. We're value-driven evil. Very different thing. We're not neutral evil. We're not lawful. We're not chaotic. Because, like, we don't shirk the laws. We don't obey the laws. We don't try and tread the difference. We are just 100% driven by value. Oh, no problem, Sherry. You take it easy. Don't need to apologize. You do your self-care. Thank you again for that raid. Again, check out Sherry Kind, fantastic content creator. Plays RimWorld as well. Definitely someone to drop a follow over at. But thank you again so much for everyone popping in. And everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge, who play variety games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count round ever streamed. That said, there's a past tense there. That record has been beaten. But I'm a variety streamer, so I do play games like Project Zomboid, Farming Simulator, American Truck Simulator, SnowRunner, RimWorld, Coral Island, Stardew Valley, a whole bunch of stuff. She lets your pawn get eaten by dinosaurs? I mean, that sounds cool. Like, if you're gonna get eaten by anything, what would you rather be eaten by? A dinosaur or something boring like a cougar? I want T-Rex, bare minimum. Bonus points if it's something really exotic. Like some, like, weird purple feathered dinosaur or some nonsense. You're like, man, I don't even know what that thing is. Alright, Fark. I think it's time we play a little game called Can We Get the Right Leg Off? Because that's what we're trying to do. Barney? No. Minus 50 points if I get eaten by Barney. My brain immediately went 50 DKP minus, which is something I've not thought of in probably 10 years. Surgery failed. You were so close to getting that leg off. And the torso. But hey, if you scar it, we can choose amputation. Well, Barney is wearing purple. You're not wrong. I'm definitely not disagreeing with that part of the statement. I got the thread of how we got there. Definitely, though, while weird and purple, it's not cool. Perhaps helped educate children and teach them certain different skills in their lives and yada yada. But cool is definitely not the descriptor I would apply. Yeah, so right now we're working on getting our break room set up. This is going to be our freezer here, a little kitchen, and a little butcher room. I don't know what you call it. It's the place where all the blood goes on the ground. Because if it's in that place, they all get upset because it's dirty and then they get food poisoning. And angry vampires are a really bad time. I can assure you, in this game, you do not want angry upset vampires. Alright, so Pronger needs to go to sleep. So we're gonna have Pronger do one quick break. I need you to get this done. The first Barney look was scary to kids, so they made him kid friendly. That doesn't surprise me. You look at like some of the old Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse costumes from like the very beginning of Disney World and Disneyland. Well, sorry, Disneyland more than anything. Those things are horrifying. Those are straight up like, yep, I'm not sleeping again anytime soon. Okay, so you need to death rest. Let's see, is the run modless outside of visual, obviously? Yeah, basically. So I've got some UI mods. If you do the command mods, it's mostly right. I am not currently running Rocket Ship or the more vanilla biomes, but everything else about that mod list is right. Man, if I'm gonna go find one of these. Because people who have not seen it need to see the nightmare. So this is what Mickey and Minnie look like at Disneyland in the 1950s. And that's actually the improved versions of those costumes. They get way worse than that. That is this kid looking like he's really not sure what's going on and wants nothing to be around this. There's a reason for that. Let me see if I can find the older one. Yeah, and here's another one of the 1950 ones. They're pretty bad. And thank you for that follow, by the way. They're pretty bad. These are what the original ones looked like. And they got worse. There was some that was like a straight up like point on them. There was like no consistency of them whatsoever. There's a reason why people have like literally made horror games with that. Those are the 1930s costumes. The problem is a lot of the 1930s ones, the film is just really, really bad. Here we go. There's a good one. There's 1937. Little Johnny, do you want to go hug Mickey? Do you want to go hug Mickey, little Johnny? That was the last time Johnny spoke out loud. Johnny needed a lot of talking to after that. Because that's straight up awful. To be fair, we're talking 1930s. Why did they let this be? Well, because old school Disney was... He was someone who... Jeez, that's a lot of rabbits. Old school Disney loved to just randomly be like, we're doing this. And just went for it. And some of those ideas were good. And some of those ideas were opening a circus directly in front of the theme park and having all the animals escape. For all the good ideas you hear about from like the old school Disney days, there was a lot of nightmare fuel in there where any rational person would have looked and said, yeah, you really don't want to do that. There was a reason the Disney brothers got in fights with each other. Because Walt would be like, yeah, we're gonna do this. And oh, I'm blanking on his brother's name. And his brother was like, no, I've already bought the animals. No. We talk about these things. But it's interesting looking at the history of stuff like that, because it gets wild, some of the ideas they had over the years, and some of them were real bad. It's also interesting to think back in like the original days of Disney, you could go in the park for free, but all the rides you had to buy tickets for individual rides. It was basically a carnival. You know, then they realized they could charge money for admission, and that was solid. If you want similar nightwear fuel, there are pictures of the old Easter Bunny costumes, and yeah, no, I'm good. Oh no, I've seen some of the old Easter Bunny costumes too. It was just like, back then we hadn't made a bunch of costumes of that side. Like, people didn't make giant cartoonish heads of animals and all that. So they all looked really terrible at first because people were just experimenting, figuring out what worked and what didn't. But see, out of curiosity, entirely off topic, when you hear PoE 2, what do you first think of? Path of Exile 2? Pillars of Eternia 2? No, it's definitely Power over Ethernet 2. That's not a thing, by the way. Power over Ethernet is. For me, it would end up being Path of Exile 2. But generally speaking, we have the conversation about being careful with acronyms, just as a regular thing on the channel. And PoE is usually the acronym we choose to have that discussion. Because PoE can be Path of Exile, Pillars of Eternia, Plains of Eidolon, Power over Ethernet. Oh man, we had like 8 of these. And all of them in different contexts would be 100% things people do say. Not like someone's like reaching back into the vault trying to find something. Let's see, was there a story that Wall wanted Superman at his park? Or was your dad wrong? I haven't heard that one myself. I have no idea. It wouldn't surprise me. But that is not a story I've heard. But Walt did a lot of wild things. Like, if you hear the original plans for Epcot, the original plans for Epcot was like a real dystopian, like, company town thing, where as long as you worked for the company, you had a home, but the moment you stopped working for the company, like, they basically evicted you, because it's supposed to be this whole city. It never happened. It never happened. Like, they started the idea, and Walt passed away while that was going along, and pretty much everyone was like, so are we doing this thing? They're like, no, we're not. No, we are not. We're pull all the plug on that. Sure, you have power over Ethernet, but do you have power over Ethernet 2? Yeah, I don't think power over Ethernet 2 is a thing. But like, it's not a thing I've cared about in a long time, so who knows? Yeah, you can't be a genius without being a little crazy. Yeah, I mean, he was definitely very eccentric. There was no doubt about that. But one of the other like dystopian things that we're talking about with the Epcot thing is they were planning on having partnerships with various appliance companies. So, you know, like Sears would have like their Kenmore or whatever. And what they would do is Disney would have that partnership, and in your futuristic home of tomorrow, for Epcot, is your appliances would be whatever they brought, you know, whatever they brought kind of thing. So you'd be sitting there, you'd have that Kenmore fridge where I'd be like, I like this fridge. I really like this fridge. And you'd just get a note to be like, okay, well, not Samsung. I'm trying to think of another brand of fridge because I don't. LG. LG makes fridges. I don't know. But not our fridge brand. That's all we care. So now our fridge brand would show up and be like, Whirlpool. Whirlpool makes fridges. That's right. It'd be like, okay, well, you need to get ready for your new fridge to come in. I know your other one's only like 2 months old, but your new fridge is coming, so you need to get ready to get all your stuff out so that the new fridge can come in. Oh, you know that blender you got really used to? Well, we got a new sponsor from a different blender, so we need to have that in all of our units. So that blender you like that you've gotten really adjusted, you know exactly how long, all those got to go. The new one's got to come in. The Epcot was very much the case of Walt having a theory about something and being told it wouldn't work, so he put his money into building it, but he died before completing it. No one else understood the plan, and thus a new theme park lined up. Elon has similar ideas, like started SpaceX, a bit like Walt, gone, eccentric. Well, so, no, the thing was, Walt wanted to basically make a town you would work for. And the idea was you get much nicer lodgings than you normally would. So he wasn't trying to do like the thing with you hear about like the company towns in the past with like Scrit and all that where you wouldn't get paid real money. Like he was trying to do it in an up and up way, but it's still one of those things that you looked at all the mechanics behind and went, oh, this would be really bad for people. Like, even if you were like super duper unhappy with your situation, you would be very unwilling to push back. This poor person's getting killed here. So normally with all the other ones, I didn't send my Sanguophages in. In this particular case, that's actually a pretty scary melee pawn there. So if he dies, he dies. He's too dangerous to try and knock down by just punching a couple of times. Killed by nerve shock. I actually haven't seen that one before. That's fine. But yeah, like he had a whole thing about making it into a company town kind of thing. Like I said, the idea is your employees, you'd have the people mover. So you'd have like these effectively suburbs around like the central area where people would work. And I can't remember if they were playing it being a theme park or whatever. But you know, you'd sit there and you'd go and you'd take the people mover from your, I'm gonna call it home. Like, I don't know if it'd be like more dorm or home or townhouse, whatever. But you take the people mover into work, and you'd work and do all that stuff. But it was the whole thing around like the home situation that basically you didn't really own any of it, and all that. It would just come out of your paycheck and all that. You're referring to the actual engineering of the city. There is real thought process behind the separated traffic streams and highlighted using public transport systems to a point where people related his theme parks to being test sites. Like the monorail. Oh yeah, no. Like the train, like that was the thing. There was a lot of good ideas he had, but it was mostly when it came to like, again, stuff if you wanted to keep in your home. Like you had worked for the company for a while and then, you know, you decided to pursue another job. It came with an eviction notice effectively that you had like some duration of time to leave because you no longer were allowed to live in that unit. And like a whole lot of weird stuff like that. But yeah, so it's like, and again, it wasn't trying to go full dystopian like the Scrit and all that from the exploits of like, you know, the mining era, like the gold rush era, you know, company towns. But there was a lot of stuff you're like, that's gonna be very illegal, buddy. Okay, we got 2 more people here. Well, I definitely don't want this person. You are a very dangerous pawn. Oh, you're a Hussar. These are not useful pawns, because the Hussar, I've got to keep them dosed with drugs to keep them around. Thank you for the follow, welcome stream. Epcot was your wife's first job? She hated it, but the pay was good. Yeah, so I used to contract with Disney way back. I did what's known as computer migration, so when a computer got old, I was the one who came in, got rid of your old computer, put in a new one, moved all your files over, yada yada. And I did it for like Epcot, Magic Kingdom, the whole shebang. What was smart for his time with tech? If he was around today, he would look different. Yeah, I mean, but there's also like, Walt did a lot of really incredible visionary things. Walt also did some pretty crappy things. Like he was definitely a mixed bag. Make Hussar a vampire, great idea. I'm trying to decide what I want to do with them. So, on one hand, if we just let the refugees go through their process, that's fine. I could definitely, if we ambush Lynx and kill Lynx before Lynx has a chance to defend themselves, we could certainly just use them as a source of food and all that. And maybe Bulge gets to be a member of the Bloodbag squad. But Lynx, I don't want a fair fight. Lynx is not getting a fair fight. Lynx is getting ambushed. Because we are supposed to be a bit on the evil side, I have something to gain from killing them. But what I definitely don't want to do is like just get ourselves killed by being reckless on how I approach it. Because Lynx here, with 17 melee, honestly has a pretty good chance of fighting both of my vampires. Like, don't get me wrong, Poner's going to give him a pretty good run. But Grand and Lynx, it depends, because Grand's got a much better weapon. But at 17 melee, you can get one-shots to the neck or head and all that, even unarmed. It's not super likely, but it is technically on the table. If you kill Lynx, how are you supposed to find Zelda? Zelda doesn't want to be found. Zelda's off just trying to have her own adventure. It's all entirely in Link's head that Zelda needs rescuing. Alright, so we're gonna let them work for a minute. Yeah. I mean, a thrown Pilo can penetrate Masterwork Marine armor of one shot of heart. There's always a chance. Oh, yeah. Just partying with her friends. Hey, man. Zelda's living her best life. Okay, so this door is going to be wood, because that door needs to open a lot. Well, actually, I changed my mind. That door is not going to be wood. What we'll do here is... So if you're wondering why I'm making all my so many of my doors out of stone, it is just the fact that by using the stone, I don't have to worry about nearly as many issues. Oh, and also Bill's detail. Go for it. Yeah, so what's going to end up happening here is we're going to retire this bench. I'm actually going to take it off of auto refuel, so when it runs out of wood, that's fine. We can get all that enclosed and do all this. But those are going to be stone. And what's going to end up happening here is this is where we're going to do something that's a little... Oh, wait, I don't have auto doors yet. So these are going to be wood doors here, because these doors I want to close, and I want them to open and close relatively quick. Later on, I'll replace those with the auto doors. I don't like to use the auto doors very much, but there's certainly an argument to be made there. For a freezer that size, 2 should do. So zone. Remove the roof there. We go here, structure. And the reason we're putting the granite barricades there is so it's ineligible for a drop pod raid. So I have like a little internal and a little internal freezer area, so there's no external area they can get to it. What are your work skills here? I've got you running around doing whatever, and I haven't been paying attention because I just don't care. Oh, you're actually a competent doctor. It's a shame you're a pig person, so you get like the penalty. I'm kind of hoping, so you want to be here for 18. I'm kind of hoping here that we get a betrayal offer so that I can kill them, use them for materials, and get a bonus prize for it. If not, what we'll do is we'll get the freezer online, and once the freezer's online so I can, you know, not have a lot of the food go to waste, then we'll do that. Alright, so we got smithing on there. You're about to get electro harvester set up. Yeah, so the plan with the Hussar is I'm going to get Hussar by themselves. And we'll put both our melee people in range. We're going to start the wind up on our guns. And the moment it starts loading in, we'll switch over to have our melee attack. And kind of the goal there is to just make it all kick off at the same time, so that they have no chance to react. Let's go ahead and turn off that power for right now, until we got that done, so it's not just wasting power doing nothing. Okay, so just gotta wait for these two to get built. I put one more wall section there, and then we have an and build that hole. And then we've got an active freezer. All right, electro harvester. So with that, we'll do bioferrite shaping. We are also running random research, so if it seems like I'm making really weird choices on what I'm using for my normal research, it's because I'm not getting a choice. Like, I can stop it and get it to cancel and reset, because I had to unload and reload the mod, and that's because it doesn't work with anomaly, so sometimes this will choose a tech from the anomaly tree, and if it does, my research gets stuck and I have to cancel and start it over. Which all it is, you just cancel the research, it randomly chooses a different research, and you just do that until it's not an anomaly research. But yeah, I know it's always frustrating in RimWorld when someone walks up with like a little Sadlo short bow and your person's wearing like cataphract armor and gets tapped in the head and instant killed, or gets hit in the chest and insta killed, and you're like, what do you want me from you, RimWorld? They're behind cover. Behind cover wearing the best armor in the game. And I still got one tap. The worst thing is to be like someone who has like shooting of 2 shooting at you. And you're like, I've done everything I can to add protection to this person with them having a ranged weapon. What do you want from me? And it's the nature of the game. Like, I'm not actually upset about it. It's the nature of the whole thing being RNG. Furniture. There's the wall lamps there. The wall lamps there. Because out of fear of nocturnal events, make sure people just don't die of darkness. All right. So they are getting brick cut little by little. We definitely need more bedrooms. That's one thing. Like, I got the 3. We definitely need more than that. Are you two working through your breakup yet? No, you're still upset about them breaking up with you, but you're getting there. You, Lynx, do not really want to be social fighting with a vampire, buddy. But that works out, because that means you're at half capacity in your torso. Wait, what was the, Right, you have super fast wound healing. Yeah, that's right. That's like the big thing on Hussars, is that you get into a fight, 5 minutes later, they're ready to fight again. I do think, though, knocking them down to half health on that. So everyone get their food and all that. Okay, so Lynx is by themselves. Hey, Bulge. Why are you moving so slow? Ah, food poisoning. Do you have food poisoning as well before I do this? No. Alright, hold up. We got most of our major players have food poisoning. Let's wait till at least they also have food poisoning. Like, for the record, that'll probably be fine because we probably honestly will just 2-tap them. Oh, hell with it. I shouldn't keep waking them up like that. It's gonna anger them. Get in here. Okay. You two, start your shot. Welcome to the colony forever, friends. Alright, so we can remove that peg leg. We'll anger Hinlor. Who's Hinlor? Wait, Hinlor? We have a thing called Hinlor? I don't see a hint lore. That's fine, whatever. Need a bear cook? Yeah, no, we're working on it. That's the whole thing. Prisoner will work on converting you. Just getting multiple rounds of the same thing, same food poisoning. That's part of what we got going on, is we are starting to improve our kitchen and not all that. Okay. Someday they'll get that peg leg off. Hospitality for a geologist. You can have an undergrounder who's a hard worker who's psychically deaf. So that wouldn't be bad. Oh, that's actually terrible. Never mind. Yeah, never mind on that one. Yeah, you can visit. You may not have the best time, though. I'm gonna warn you. It really depends on who you are and what you offer, whether or not it's in my interest of you to be staying fine. Alright, never mind. You could probably just keep doing your thing. Are you ever gonna try and remove that? Oh, and storage, do not store tainted. Okay, we already have set to not allow tainted. Oh, but the shelves do. It's fine, whatever. I'll worry about that later. It's interesting that you're doing everything but removing the peg leg. It's not that we don't have a lack of medicine. I've got 400 of it. There you go. You feeling better? Ish. It's probably okay. Surgery canceled. Threw up. Gotta get a meal. Try again. Okay. The Dusty Complex. We'll do that later. That's going to be for our relic. And we're not ready for a relic yet. Your cells are cozy. Yeah, this is I mentioned it earlier that normally I don't tend to run evil colonies. I tend to play it pretty normal and all that. But we are doing, as a reward for the subathon thing, where I am playing evil, because people get amused when you have people play these atypically. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and, while we have you in there, let's go ahead and see if we can't deal with the other legs. Because these are our blood bags, we got vampires. And once you take their legs off, they don't need anything more than the minimum amount of space required. Okay, so you three try and deal with that real fast. Surgery failed. Ooh, you only survived by one. Okay. Only avoid killing them by a singular hit point. It was at 1 out of 40. Now it moved up to 2 out of 40. It's fine. Once again, food poisoning. It's okay. But yeah, so the thing is, Sanguophages, they need hemogen. And so you end up needing to get hemogen from prisoners. It's actually one of my big complaints is I wish we had a reasonable path to get Hemogen from not having to keep people locked into a cell and just continuing to like draw blood out of them again and again. That we'd also have the choice that, you know, willing volunteers among our colonists, since they're supposed to be revered bloodletting and like getting bloodlet. So I got 5 melee pawns. That's not my favorite. So get in here as fast as you can. But, so it's one of my big complaints is that I really... Oh, Pronger, you're gonna be so late to this party. This is not what you want. I want to try and have it. That's really not what you want. Yeah, that food poisoning is a real bad timing in that one. Because I wanted to get them to the door so we had a choke point. Unfortunately, that just didn't work. How have you not been hit? Yeah, so Proger being food poisoned just is taking a while. I also appreciate that no one is treating Grand. I just let him crawl the whole way back. It's okay. They'll get there. Alright. We can go here. Allow all that. Did they have any better weapons? Not really. Yeah, so you're recovering from your food poisoning and your injuries. More meat for the meat eaters? Yeah, the downside is our cook is injured right now. And while they do have fast healing, I mean, sorry, it's not that they're injured. That's bad enough. It's the fact that they're insane rambling. So hopefully that drops off soon. We're not in a huge rush. We got 2 days before those go. But it would be good to get that sorted. Yeah, we were pretty close to getting that freezer enclosed where we could turn that on. And with that, we could start sorting the meat so it's not just all going bad real fast. Because otherwise, they only last a couple days. And we're still building all that. That's fine. Yeah, so that, honestly, that could have been a lot worse. But we had Yetkin. Yetkin have a bonus to melee, and it was a full melee group. And then on top of that, we had one of our our strongest melee rather, was dealing with their food poisoning and couldn't get into position in time for everyone else. So they got caught out. And then Grand got in there, but, you know, got hit from 2-3 sides. And, you know, did a good amount of damage, but ultimately went down. And weirdly enough, this character's got no stats whatsoever and can't fight back. Actually managed to work as like just a wall that they kept trying to hit and for whatever reason just couldn't land the hit. Which I'm sure not complaining about, even though it is really weird. Would you stop insane rambling? So you need to start Death Rest. I would like to do the Mysterious Cargo. I don't have a room, so if it's a Revenant Spine, I'll have to just smash it immediately because I like to get the Revenant Spine, but often we end up needing to just destroy it immediately if I don't have room to put them in. We still have a day and a half, so we'll be fine there. Because they also, if we have a Revenant, it'll be very tough for me to kill it right now. Because you don't fight. And while Grandhere's got some solid damage, they're in death rest at the moment. Now the other thing we could do is it could also, I mean, it'll probably be a Revenant. All things considered, the most likely outcome is a Revenant. It has the possible of being the mysterious corpse, or unnatural corpse, or whatever it is, and it also can be the golden cube. The golden cube would be easy to manage. You just walk it off the tile, and we ditch it. One person goes into a coma for a day or two. The unnatural corpse would not be a problem. I've got a shard. We can literally just research it for some advanced research, and then destroy it when we're done. That'd be fine. What are you offering me? Honestly, I'm going to say no with those rewards. It's just... like, the Revenant Spine, yeah, I can just destroy it, but... if the Revenant pops, that's a good way this colony would die. Because I just wouldn't be able to have enough time on target to do much with it. We'd have to try and pull it into a corner to have it go after one of these two, while these two just wail on it, and that club's not going to do that much damage. I'm going to intervene. You need to start butchering. You're going to fall behind, and the things are just going to rot. Okay. Yeah, so this is my comment that I gotta ask you is like, oh, is doing evil or not evil harder? And it's like, evil's way easier. Because literally your raids are a food source. So even if things got desperate, raids are always a guaranteed thing to happen at a certain level of frequency. Alright, so Galaria's Star became an adult. Thankfully, you did get some useful stuff here. Ooh. Okay, that's a lot of good choices. That's a lot of good choices. So, realistically, eventually, I'm probably going to make Calaria Sanguophage. So I might give the passion of melee, nimble. I mean, fast walker's so good. Let's go with the fast walkers, the all-around. Like, all of these are good except volatile. Great memory keeps their skills up. Fast walker helps get around. Sanguine helps them keep from mood break. Nimble helps them not get hit in melee. And global learn, like fast learner, is just really fast. These are all good. I'm gonna go with fast walker. We are gonna lean on the social and the melee here. And I'll probably have you do intellect for the last one. So with that, we no longer put you on a schedule of nothing but recreation. You're a guest, you can have the whole recreation. You're no longer restricted to just this area. Work-wise, you don't have passion for doctoring, so we're not going to bother with that. You're going to also help with the research side of things. Yep. Go Frenzy and Protender. Operations, add anesthetic, and add peg leg right. This operation will anger Hinlor. I still, like, Hinlor isn't the name of the pig faction. There's not a faction I see here called Hinlor. Oh, it's the temporary faction. It's weird that it warns me it's going to upset the temporary faction, which is that guy alone. When you need a break for your chair, you're going to go ahead and lurk? Well, thank you. I appreciate the lurk. And you have yourself a nice break. Did you succeed? Okay, I would like to remove that peg leg. Because once we've achieved that, we've achieved the thing where that person's a blood bag. And once they're a blood bag, that's all they do, is they just give me hemogen. Because their vampires need lots of hemogen. So once the genes finish regrowing, we can make another vampire. Which is the plan, is to go pretty heavy on the vampires. The big fear with that is impids. We will need to be prepared to deal with the impids creating a lot of fire. More than likely what I'll need to do is I'll need to have some of our vampires have the fire foam packets, the fire foam backpacks. That way when they get in the melee with the impids, we just pop the pack and put out the fire immediately to try and get that under control immediately. You're no longer incapable of walking? That doesn't sound right to me at all. That feels like the kind of thing that needs corrective action. You failed surgery, did not harm the torso that much, but destroyed their heart. You went to remove a peg leg, and you destroyed their heart. Okay. I've seen where they accidentally cut them in the neck or whatever, but just straight up was like, all right, let's just go ahead and careful incision right here at the peg. Oh. I really hate it when that happens. Twice this week. Granted, it's in the dark. Alright, let's... It must be a critical failure. Yeah, and that's the thing. We are dealing with people who are really, really bad at surgery, but that's kind of the idea. Is if we keep doing those surgeries again and again and again, eventually they stop being bad at it. Alright. You know, the ambrosia as well. Is there things we want? Flat screen television. Oh, wait. And Devil Strand. Not the worst. Some somewhat worn clothing. We already have these. We don't really need more gold. Nutramine will be good later. We can grab the components. Components are never a bad choice. I can go 750. That's probably good. And I don't care about that. I was getting a few hours of sleep, not enough to be rested, but enough to function somewhat. Yeah. Even in the dark, there's a lot of difference between a leg and a heart. Yeah, that's the thing. The fact that they directly punctured the heart, like just straight up, that's what took the damage. Like, really? How, like, no wonder you're not a good doctor. Could you not feel that you're dealing with a limb that is currently made out of wood situation as opposed to the entire torso? Somewhat center mass in the torso for that? Alright. So you're death resting right now. You're getting through that. Got plenty of blood coming in. We just need more crafting. That way when someone has nothing else to do but haul. You think that's how the game shows that they had a heart attack during the operation? Well, I mean, no. So the thing was, if you actually looked at it, I mean, we've already butchered them. It actually sits there, it says, like, torso had a cut on the torso. And then it was just their heart was destroyed. So it wasn't a heart attack. They, like, flat out cut them in the torso and managed to destroy their heart. It's the same thing where they'll go to like cut their leg or whatever and manage to decapitate the person during surgery and stuff like that. The RimWorld failed surgeries get pretty silly. Sounds like assassination. Look, man, they were hungry. And they're cannibals. They're a motivated failure. Even a failure is a success of sorts. I need you to wake back up so you can finish building that freezer for me. Ooh, smithing. Smithing's not bad because with smithing we can get long blades. If we get long blades and I get bioferrite, do you know about the surgery with 300% dead rate? I don't know what you're talking about. I know that even if you like max out your surgeries, you never have a 0% chance of failure. It gets really good odds that you succeed, but I don't believe you can ever truly hit 0. But stuff like having your sterile floors, clean room, well lit, all that stuff. Remote failed surgery makes you think of a surgeon using a chainsaw while riding a motorcycle just for the heck of it. That would explain a lot. Not only the patient died, but also a doctor and his assistant. Oh yeah. No, I remember hearing about that. Like, it's not a RimWorld thing, but like that just there was like this horrific accident doing surgery. It's just kind of one of those things that escalated real bad. I don't remember the details on it. We don't need to go into the graphic details of it. But yeah, know that there was a surgery that's just like so badly botched that the assistant and the doctor also got hurt during the whole thing. This doctor was the fastest in the world, which was important before the invention of anesthetic. Yep. And a spectator. Yeah, no, it's just that's yeah, back then when it's like you had to do a surgery and there's just nothing you do. Is able to remove legs in less than 1 minute. Yeah, it's a different world. I'm glad surgery doesn't work that way anymore. That, there's certainly some surgeries where a certain level of expedience is required, like when you're doing like open heart surgery and all that kind of stuff, and yeah, you can't keep the person under for extended periods of time and all that. But at the same time, there's very much a difference between that and no, really. You only got a couple minutes before this is the whole thing. Now granted, in RimWorld, we have anesthetic. And it lasts for 2 days a pop. So glad she don't use the chainsaw for C-section. Yeah, no, the even not getting into that, even like old school dentistry was nightmare fuel, where you look at what they had to go through and you're like, you know what? Nah, the pain's fine. The pain's fine. I'll just wince and be teary-eyed at all hours of my day and night, begging for it all to stop hurting. But no, that drill, no, I'm good. Where they used to have, it was the drill was pedal operated. They'd have like, it's like the sewing pedal where they'd push forward and back on it, like the old sewing machines. And so you're sitting there, they don't have anesthetic, so they'd give you like a shot of whiskey or something like that, or if you're lucky, that has some like cocaine or something for you. Or not it wasn't cocaine, it wasn't morphine, it's heroin. That's right, they'd have heroin for you. And it was just like, here's your thing. Let me start my pedal. I'm just gonna be doing this the whole time. I'm trying to do careful surgery on you. Just pedaling back and forth, leaning forward and back on my pedal. Trying to poke in your mouth with my drill. If you're lucky, you get unconscious of fear before the thing starts. Yeah, no, my understanding with a lot of that was genuinely people just blacked out from pain. Which, again, probably luckier than if you stayed awake. Wasn't opium drops the preference? I actually don't know. Like, I know heroin used, like, that was when heroin was used, and that was when, like, cocaine was used. That would be back in those days. We didn't have, like, the newer morphines and all that kind of stuff. Or sometimes your treatment was, here's a shot of something. You know, here's a shot or a double shot of, like, whiskey. Those are also back in the days that your dentist and the barber were the same place. Which is a truly terrifying thought. Like, not judging hairdressers. They're very, very different skill sets. And you want very, very different environmental conditions for one versus the other. I'm not super worried about my hairdresser keeping things like ready for surgery levels of clean. I want it to be clean, but like there's a difference between, yeah, it's a clean, like a vaguely clean place versus, no, we're about to do surgery in here. I want this place to be pristine. Like you look at the barber's floor and they got a speck of dirt, you don't care. You go in the surgery room and there's a bunch of dirt on the floor. You really care. With how hairdressers are today, you'd trust them as pharmacists? I mean, I don't have anything negative to say about hairdressers. It also feels like two very different things. Well, I mean, okay, like, don't get me wrong. A lot of the stuff that hairdressers have to deal with, like dyeing hair and the instructions on those things, I get that. Like, you look at when they're like, oh, well, we're going to dye your hair, and you see them doing this, like, alchemy in the back room, just trying to get all these mixes just right to get the right color, and you're just like, what is happening? You got a procedure to see if everything in your heart is all right. With the little cut in your arm, in 20 minutes, you're done. You're very glad this is modern medicine. Oh, yeah. Yeah, modern... It's amazing how, with modern medicine, you only go back, like, 50, 60 years, and everything's different. Like, just so much of the approach of everything medicine is different. Like, you look back at some of the stuff we were doing 70 years ago by modern standards, you go, that's barbaric. Why would you do that? And the answer is we didn't know better. Like, most of the time, the answer is we just didn't know better. We've had incredible advances in medicine in the last 100 years. Heck, even the last 30 years, we've had incredible advances. The stories about the first surgery under anesthesia were very emotive when they describe that a very hardened and experienced surgeon crying with emotion when he knows the patient was not in pain. And yet you can't get full for UID insertion. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, there's been individual breakthroughs even in the last 5 years, but it's like just so many things that like that's one of the things when you have the people's like, if you had the opportunity to go back to like the 50s, would you? Or, you know, insert number of years. And it's like, no. Would it be interesting from a novel thing? Go for a visit? Sure. But like actually live there? It's like, nah. I like my modern medicine. I like that I don't get a lump and it's a death sentence automatically, or oh, you have like you have a cold, you might die. You ate something you shouldn't, you're done. You got a scratch with a minor infection, well, that could be life-threatening. Versus nowadays, you're like, antibiotics. You'd like to see how people were like some 50, 60 years ago. Yeah. Also, modern bathrooms. Oh, man. It's another one of those things you don't think about. I need to just get these up to plant. Alright, so you're already plant cut what? We need more people on plant cut 1 to get ahead of that blight. But, you think about it, it wasn't that long ago that you had outhouses were the standard. You had your hole dug in the ground. That was your bathroom. You can still find places where there's outhouses around if you go like way out in the boonies. Not much nowadays. People really like their functional plumbing. With good reason. Both your parents are retired doctors, and some of their early professional experiences were wild. Yeah, not some. I've had conversations with a number of different medical professionals and some of the things they've been through, and it just... A lot of them are like, nope, couldn't do it. I had, when I was in my teens and early 20s, I had lots of people, I have a lot of friends who are medical just from where I grew up. And a lot of them were like, you should get into this medicine. You should be a surgeon. You're so good with your hands. You should absolutely go into surgery. You're so good with your hands. Like, nah, I want to work on computers. I like the fact that if I screw up, it just costs money. Like, if I screw up, I just took a computer and I made it into a paperweight. The only thing that was lost was some silicon and some, like, various metals. Maybe I zap myself. That's kind of worst case scenario. Versus if I'm a surgeon and I'm doing something serious like open heart surgery and I make those millimeters of mistake, now someone's dead. And that is a very, very different thing to live with than, oh, I cost someone some money. Like, do I think I could do it had I pursued that as my career path? Probably. Do I think I would be in as good a place with my mental health? I'm not so sure. I do feel like that's the kind of job you go home after a hard day, even if things go as well as they could. There's sometimes that you go in and you're like, hey, this is a high-risk surgery. We don't know what we're going to find when we get in there. You get in there and go, well, like, this is way worse than we could have possibly imagined. And things don't go good. Like I had family who they were supposed to go in for a simple x-ray, but they were very, very health compromised, and they coded while they were in there. And even though you know it's not your fault, you would always second, triple, quadruple guess, like, did I miss something? Did I fail to do something? Like, even if you know for a fact the information you had, you made all the right decisions, you're still gonna second guess, like, if I took a second look, if I took a third look, if I just did one extra test, even if none of that would have anything. And it's like, yep. No, it's a job I could probably do for a little while, and then I probably would not be in a really good place. It's the same reason I actually did pursue going into digital forensics, and like I started my degree program, and after doing a little bit of the, not even getting in the actual job, just the schooling side of it, and going, I'm just going to see the worst that the world has to offer. That's what I'm going to see. I'm going to see, evidence from some of the most disgusting, awful things that humanity can possibly do. I don't think I want to do that with my life. I'm pretty sure I will be a very jaded, awful person after I do that a while. I'm going to choose to take a different route than that. That's, no idea if I'd be good at it or anything. That's just not a thing. I feel like I'd want to do that. Is there a doctor getting 10 years of jail time for botching back surgery? You're so glad not a doctor. Most of the time, if you're going to get some like actual that kind of trouble, it means you didn't just botch it. It means you like criminally negligently botched it usually. Like you did some very egregious stuff because doctors do have a lot of protections in case things go wrong. To get like 10 years in prison, that usually requires criminal negligence or similar. But do you remember seeing your dad very frustrated once? Because they had like 5 different very ill patients all in a week. Yeah, no, I have like I said, I have a lot of family who have worked in a whole range of medicine, not surgery specifically. But I had one in pediatrics, and there were definitely a couple of times that she was not doing good. There was other times that she was happy as can be, but there was definitely times where I don't know what she was going through. She didn't share, I didn't ask because very clearly she didn't want to think about it. But there were definitely times that whatever was going on, it was not good for her psychologically. But someone's got to do the job. It's one of the medical professions that people don't stick in very long. Most people in pediatrics don't last very long. And you can understand why. Seeing kids who are not doing well all the time, like that would be very soul-sucking after a while. Even if you're able to help a lot. You know you can't help them all, and you're going to think about all the ones you couldn't help. Like, brains have that tendency to think of all the things that went bad and ignore all the things that went well. It's real easy to get in that pattern. Hey, we got Devil Strand. I didn't realize we were researching Devil Strand. I mean, it's random research. Of course I didn't realize it. Okay, so we got a raid coming in, and it is 4 people with stabby bits. Neanderthals? Look like Neanderthals. Neanderthals! Ooh. Dorbor there. Dorbor there is a bad time. Yeah, so Dorbor there is real bad. Red's pretty rough. Lion's real bad. Dinosaur's a non-threat. We don't care about Dinosaur. Dorbor there is going to ruin someone's day. So the plan here is to try and go for the choke point. So we're going to lop there, do this, grab you. We're not going to do anything fancy. We're just going to basically... Oh, you are way out there. Wait, is this a prep or attacks immediately? Oh, they're prep? Alright, so drop back. We wait till they attack, and when they go to attack... Ooh, do we bait them? How mad are you? What's going on? Night Owl in the day. Your friend Bulge died. He tried... No, never mind. He didn't try to kill you. We definitely murdered his friend and kidnapped him. Yeah, that one's on us. Your friend Lynx died. We murdered them. We straight up murdered them. Alright, let's let that sit for a minute. You have one who's a pediatric oncologist. She changed to general oncology after some years, which is harsh, but a little less harsh. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, that's, my understanding is not very many people last in pediatrics. It's just too difficult for people to do long term. Alright. So should be attack. There's the attack. I was gonna say, they should be attacking soon. Okay. Go here, block the door, do this, pop over here, do that. So I don't mind if they go to start burning the field. That's whatever. We can put out the fire afterwards. And heck, there's nothing, like they can't get into the base burning wise. All of that will burn. Who cares? The thing we want to make sure is that they can't swarm us. So I'm really kind of hoping that Dinosaur takes point here. It's looking like it might be Dorbor. He's not just 6 other freaking. Yeah, no, that's I get what you're saying. Okay, so we did stall up Dorbor. Or sorry, Dinosaur. So you switch targets to Dorbor. Because that's the one I was like, where are you going? Don't trash my stove! You stay out of this, Red. Alright. And the only ones who took hits were the vampires, which is kind of their job. Because they heal fast and they can't really die. I mean, they can. If you decapitate them, they're dead. Unfortunately, none of them downed, all of them died. But that's not unusual for Neanderthals. One of the negatives of being tough in RimWorld is you do have a tendency to die rather than get downed. Versus if you're like a wimp gets like the tiniest little scratch and goes, no, and goes down. So they tend not to die, but they do get kidnapped. So with all that said though, chat, it is going to be about that time. I've been streaming for about 13 hours. I am getting a little tired. So we'll have the time on the clock is 12 hours and 19 minutes. 12 hours and 19 minutes is where we'll be picking up for the next segment of the streamathon. Sorry, I'm getting tired, so I'm stammering. For those who don't know what the streamathon, basically the way I approach this is pretty much I do go to bed at my normal time, but I get up, start stream extra early the next day, and I do not take days off, where normally tomorrow would be my day off. We just keep going as long as that timer still goes. But the timer does pause while I'm off stream, and we can get all that going. But that said, I do hope you enjoyed tonight's content. If you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the back here in the future. I do need to make a command. I'm too tired to deal with that right now. But if you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be dropping abruptly because unfortunately I have to plan out where it's going to take you when I host afterwards, and we are kind of ad hoc choosing our games during the streamathon, so I'll try and get that sorted out. So goodbye, YouTube. For those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because like I said,